2 events. That's all that stands between 5 women, 5 men, and 5 teams, and a trip to the CrossFit Games. It's the final day of competition here at Strength and Depth. Thanks for joining us, everyone, inside the Excel London. Here's what's at stake today. As I just mentioned, the 5 men and women will qualify for the CrossFit Games along with 5 teams, but there's also 3 spots up for grabs for the individuals to continue their season through the last chance qualifier. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Tommy Marquez alongside Mads Jacobson, and we're in the final day, Mads. Some big picture storylines starting with the teams.
Well, I mean, we're looking at the Oslo team. Are they going to be able to be picture perfect, or are they going to, well, have a less dominant performance today, because they've had some great performances.
And then on the individual side, a ton of athletes really in general have a chance at maybe extending their season as well.
Definitely, but let me just bring up one point. You've got 4 athletes, 3 last chance qualifying spots, and they've got 4 athletes who are very much in the running for those spots right now.
So a lot up for grabs today in particular, but let's start with the men's side. And we saw a ton of movement on Saturday, but it's hard to argue that another man helped his case more than Andre Houdet.
Andre Houdet went from 14th to 5th. I mean, he went out and he got a tied first spot on the lift. Did a great job there, and it has set him up really, really well. We did speak to him afterwards. He's like, I carried that momentum with me. So yeah, he did a great job. And tied for 2nd here.
Yeah, move himself up into a qualifying position heading into the final day. And here are your overall standings after 4 events and 2 days of competition. It's George, Hapalainen, Kärvis, Briant, and Houdet as your top 5. Ludvig Hansen is the next athlete out. And then down in 8th, Jonakoski is holding on to the final last chance qualifier spot. And then on the women's side now, there was a ton of movement as well for that division, but it was really a big day for Iceland and 3 daughters in particular.
Well, it was. I mean, Sola Sigurðardóttir, she went out and she's in 4th place right now, got an event win. Þurí Helgadóttir went out, got an event win. She's in 3rd. But I mean, let's look at Katrin Tanja Davidsdóttir. She's 11 points out of a qualifying position, and I think she's going to have to move today.
Yeah, and you know, taking a look at what Sola was able to do, it really started with the lifting complex.
It really did. Crisp lifting, great confidence. I thought it was interesting that she didn't really know what anybody else had on the bar. She just went out and did her thing.
And she moves herself on the cusp of a potential first appearance at the CrossFit Games as an individual. And then in the afternoon event, Þurí Helgadóttir came out flying on that chipper.
She put on a clinic. She did not get kind of dragged into the deep end of the pool by Katrin Tanja Davidsdóttir to start with, but once she got to the toes to bar, it was all about Þurí, and she extended.
And Davidsdóttir started the day outside of not just a qualifying position, but a last chance qualifier position as well, and a much needed performance in the evening event.
Exactly. She came out, she knew exactly what she had to do, and she was very honest about it as she walked onto the competition floor as well. I need to go out here and improve my spots, and that's exactly what she did.
Your overall standings on the women's side coming into Sunday. Jacqueline Dahlstrom holds a slight lead over Emma McQuaid for the top spot overall. Helgadóttir, Sigurðardóttir holding on to the 3 and 4 spots. And then the big surprise is Elisa Fuliano in 5th, clinging to that last chance qualifier spot. The opening event today is actually a repeat, and Katrin Davidsdóttir has a little history with that event. And for more on that, let's send it to Bibba Masdóttir.
In 2014 at Regionals in Copenhagen, Katrin Tanja was unable to finish one event, and that was the rope climb event. She finished 24th overall in that event, and it crushed her hopes at qualifying to the Games that year. Today, she sits in 6th overall, only 1 spot away from qualifying to the Games, and the same event that kept her from going to the Games back in 2014 is the one that she's hoping can get her to the Games this year. So this is a shot at redemption.
Thank you, Bibba. And taking a look now at the team competition, and we mentioned Oslo Navy Blue earlier on. Chance to go perfect and maybe keep pace with Reykjavik and Mayhem.
Definitely. They haven't just been perfect. They've been winning it in style. So I think what they're doing right now, what they need to do right now is just continue the way they have to kind of show the world that they're in contention to challenge these other super teams.
Yeah, they have been the clear favorite overall in this competition, running away with it so far. Really powered by that female contingent of Lena Richter and Ingrid Hodnemir. Adding Nikolai Biladel to the mix certainly hasn't slowed them down one bit, and perfect 4 for 4 for the reigning 2nd fittest team, hoping to maybe add some more hardware to the competition after this year as well. These are your overall standings through 4 events. Oslo Navy Blue, the perfect 400 points, and then a ton is up for grabs. Look down in Spots 4 through 6, just 10 points, or sorry, 20 points separate those 80-20 from Aylesbury Team Tap, so a ton up for grabs as well. And here's what we're gonna see in store for the individuals and teams on day number 3. The teams will kick it off with Team Event 5, followed by the women in Event 5, and then the men in Event 5. And as we reset for the final event, we will reseed and adjust those heats just slightly so we can finish with some strength in the potential qualifiers as well.
Thirty seconds. Stand by. So our female pairs are making their way through 40 thrusters at 43 kilos. They can split the workload in any way they like. As you can see, they need to tag each other in and out. Super fast transitions and fast rep cycle. As soon as they finish 40 thrusters, they move on to 6 legless rope climbs. Who's it going to be first on to the rope climbs? And I've got a hand in the air. It's our house CrossFit on their last 3 reps. And they're moving on to the next part of this workout, which is 6 legless rope climbs. 8, 9, 5, it's our house CrossFit. Hot on their heels in lane 7. It's last tablet, TFA Coffee. As soon as the teams have finished their 6 legless rope climbs, it's back to the barbell for 30 thrusters. 2 rope climbs left for our house CrossFit. Two to go for CrossFit Rotherham. 1 to go for CrossFit Witham. Last tablas, first back to the barbell. Just behind them is our house CrossFit. And in lane 7 is last tablas, TFA Caffeine. Working through 13 thrusters at 43 kilos. CrossFit with him, third onto the barbell. 30 thrusters. CrossFit Surbiton. Onto their self, 30 thrusters. Strength in depth, make some noise for this team! One rope climb to go for CrossFit Rotherham. Well done, CrossFit Katla. They're on their second set of thrusters. 3 reps left for our house CrossFit. 2 reps left for Las Tablas. This is a close race. As 2 teams approach the rope, it's lane 5 and lane 7. It's Aarhus CrossFit and Las Tablas CFTMA Capri. Come on, teams! There's a 15-minute cap in this workout. As soon as the female pairs have completed their workout, they're sending out the male pairs. Come on, let's make some noise, let's hit it! Let's get these guys through! Las Tablas, moving on to their final self thrusters. 20 reps between them. Aarhus CrossFit, nipping at their heels. These ladies are working through this workout in a rapid time, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach 6 minutes on the clock. Aarhus CrossFit tagging in their second member to complete the last 10 reps. It's neck and neck between these teams, 10 reps each. Las Tablas ever so slightly faster cycle speeds. And the judges' hand is up in lane 7 and in lane 5. This is close, ladies and gentlemen. 2 rope climbs to go for Las Tablas. One rope climb to go for Las Tablas, and then they can send out their male pair. Las Tablas, well done, ladies! Woo! And they're sending out their male pair. 40 thrusters. Who's going to be next to send out their male pair? 1 rep remaining for Aarhus CrossFit. 61 kilos on the bar for the champ. Aarhus CrossFit, make some noise! Woo! Forty thrusters at 61 kilos. We're approaching 8 minutes of this 15-minute time cap. We have 7 minutes remaining.
4, 5, 6, 9, 30.
And Las tablas on their second set of thrusters. 30 reps between the two male athletes. Just behind them, our house CrossFit. Well done to CrossFit Patla. Well done to CrossFit Rotherham.
All the females have completed their share of the workout, and we have just the males left to do the work. With 4.5 minutes remaining. These teams looking strong and working their way through these thrusters. At 61.
Come on, Las tablas, hold on. Motion training catching up there on their second set of thrusters. Las tablas on their final set of rope claims.
Motion training mean business in lane 6.
Come on, motion training. 2 rope claims left for Trinity Fuego. 1 rope climb left for our house CrossFit. Down they come. Our house CrossFit now sitting in first place. 20 thrusters to go.
We have
Las
just
tablas right behind them. Seven reps down of 20 for our house CrossFit.
and we have 2.5
10 to go for our house CrossFit. Last 5. Last one. Ours CrossFit, 2 rope claims, and they have finished their workout. One rope claim to go for ours CrossFit. And we have your event winners. Woo! Ours CrossFit taking the heat just behind him. Las tablas. Motion training finishing off their second and final set of thrusters. Five reps to go for motion training.
Make some noise! Come on! With 1 minute remaining.
1 minute to go. 2 rope claims for motion training. 1 rope claim for motion training. Let's go, motion training. Down they come. And they've completed the workout. Woo! 30 seconds to go. 1 rope climb for CrossFit Katla. 20 seconds. Come on, Trinity Fuego. Last rep. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Go, go. teams. That was super exciting, absolutely incredible effort all round.
here. It's Sunday here at Strength in Depth as the top teams are entering the floor to take their crack at event number 5. Tommy Marquez alongside Mads Jacobsen, Viva Madstarter, will be joined momentarily by GM of Sport for CrossFit, Justin Berg. Here are your standings coming into the final day. We have ourselves a race for the 5th and final spot. CrossFit Mayflower holding on to that last qualifying spot. But look at spots 5 through 8 separated by just 20 points. So plenty of opportunity here as we take a look at what's in store for these top teams. Event number 5 will lead things off. Thrusters and legless, presented by O2.
Well, it sure is. It starts with 40 thrusters, then 60 legless rope climbs, then 30 thrusters, then 4 legless rope climbs, then 20 thrusters, then 2 legless rope climbs. The female pairing will start. They will use a 43-kilo barbell. Then the male couple will make it onto the floor. They will use a 61-kilo barbell. There's a 20-minute time cap.
We've seen this workout 3 times already through the first 3 weeks. So, Mads, your recipes for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, first of all, smart sets on the thrusters. You really need to break them up before you need to break them up. Fast hands on the rope. Don't spend too much time up there. Time under tension will kill you. And communication in the pairs if you need to change the setting you've already designed for.
Your lane assignments for this top heat of teams as we get set to kick off day number 3. In lane number 3, CrossFit Mayflower, they're the gatekeeper right now.
They are. They're currently in 5th, and they need to solidify that position, possibly even climb a little bit, because Aylesbury is another one of the teams out here on the floor, currently in 6th, and here they are in the middle of your screen. They are going to try to make a move. Mike Cat just told me so.
Oh, yeah. We caught up with him before this. Aylesbury, a team hoping to return to the CrossFit Games as we are underway for event number 5. As the women will make their way to the bar for their first set. It'll be 40 thrusters as we're joined now in the booth by CrossFit's GM of Sport, Justin Berg. Justin, how you doing? So, Justin, you have been here interacting with everybody in London, kind of getting a nice touch point with the crew in Europe. But the big news that has come down the pipe this week is that Dave Castro is back. And can you elaborate a little bit more on the role for Dave?
Yeah, Dave's coming back in a new role. He'll be an advisor to Allison, CrossFit's interim CEO, with a focus on strengthening some of those existing relationships with the affiliate community. You know, Dave's contributed in so many ways over the years. And I think he said himself that he really feels like the affiliates are near and dear to his heart. So I think this is going to be a really good fit.
As your teams are making their way through their first set of 40 thrusters, they can swap out as they choose between these 2 female pairings. They'll make their way back to the rig once they're done for a set of legless rope climbs. And Justin, the news was announced just this past week, and I think a question on everyone's mind is, for Dave, why not have him involved in the sport?
Well, I think right now we've got a great team in place running the sport. We're 7 weeks out from the finals, and the whole team's focused on executing at the highest level, but also we're in the middle of planning for the next couple years. So we're also trying to onboard as much feedback as possible from athletes, event organizers, other partners in the space, and then hearing from more athletes from around the world in different divisions as well. So we've got a lot of things going on. We're focused on executing right now, and you know, that's where our headspace is.
Your leaders right now in lane number 5, Oslo Navy Blue. They were the first through their thrusters and to the rig in lane 7. That's CrossFit 80-20. They're currently inside a qualifying position, hoping to solidify their spot. They are in 2nd overall through these rope climbs.
And Justin, I've got to ask you, you've been spending a lot of time, I've been seeing you around the venue all throughout this competition. What are you hearing about Europe?
Well, I hear the same thing from Europe all the time. First, I've spent more time here than I've spent at any other semifinal or regional in my history. So I got in on Thursday, leaving on Monday. That allows lots of time for quality conversations with athletes, their camps, their agents, their representatives. And what everybody's saying is Europe deserves more. They're performing at a super high level. They're explaining their case really strongly, and we're listening to that.
Well, I'm happy to hear that they're explaining it strongly. We've always felt that way, but we may not be neutral in the question.
Yeah, and I think what's critical for us going forward is launching a statistical program that lets us stack that up. Look back over a couple years to help us look forward in terms of which athletes from which parts of the world get the most spots. But you're seeing it right here with you know, Norway, super well represented. Kristen Holte lights the world on fire, such a good athlete, but also you see what comes right behind her as the pioneer. All these teams are right behind as well, representing their country so well.
And speaking of teams, CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue at the center of your screen, they were your overall leaders coming off of the rig. Your top 4 teams in this heat: Oslo Navy Blue, lane 5, lane 7, CrossFit 80-20, followed closely behind by CrossFit Mayflower, and then CrossFit Trondheim was the 4th team to get to the barbells. We see Ingrid Honemir from Oslo Navy Blue wrapping up their set of 30 thrusters and making their way back to the rope. And Justin, one thing that's taking part this weekend on top of this competition here to qualify for the games is a community event. And looking forward to maybe the future of the sport. Is that something you see being a bigger part?
I do, and I think they're linked together. So what you're seeing out here on the floor are the elite teams representing their boxes and the top athletes in the sport. We'll see the men and women shortly. But really what I see that people don't, if you're only looking at the camera, is there's a great community event taking place out here. I love this as a sport that people can play at all levels. And I think that's part of the future planning, is how do we make more developmental steps so that people can play at a high amateur level and also knock on the door for these types of opportunities to go to the CrossFit Games.
And right now, Oslo Navy Blue, they're heading back for their 3rd and final set of thrusters as Lena Richter leads the way for the team from Norway. That is your 2nd place in this heat right now. That's 80-20 CrossFit. They come into the event in 4th overall. They're just 20 points ahead of CrossFit Aylesbury, so they are hoping to maybe widen the gap just a little bit.
Oh, I'd love to see her use her legs some more on that rope on the way up. That's taxing on the grip.
The team of Emma Willis and Carrie Hewitt making their way back to the barbell. And in the meantime, CrossFit Mayflower has pulled just ahead into 2nd for this heat. The pairing of Helena Collins and Janie Garrett. As we see Ingrid Honemir from Oslo Navy Blue hoping to wrap it up here, as they have 1 rope climb remaining before they will tag off to their male pairing.
You know what they're showing me here, man, Norway's got it going on. So I remember watching Kristen Holte early in her career, and I thought she was one of the best examples of a professional athlete that I've seen in terms of preparation, execution, and I didn't know if she had enough ability. I thought she got more out of her ability than maybe any athlete that's played in Europe for a long time. And when you see the sense of urgency from these other teams, man, they're doing the same thing. They get the most out of what they've got.
I think it's an interesting point that you were making earlier, is like you're seeing somebody who does really great. You saw Annie in Iceland. There was a big contingent kind of following through. Now you're seeing the same with Kristen Holte in Norway, and a lot of Norwegian athletes coming up. Want to always remember, in the previous heat, the fastest women did this in 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Norway changed at 5:33.
Holy cow.
And Norway setting the pace through the first 2 female athletes. As you see CrossFit Mayflower, they are in just past the 6-minute and 11-second mark. Their male athletes solidly in 2nd as we progress through this 20-minute time cap. And there is the crew from 80-20. We saw them really flirting with that line on the last round of legless rope climbs. And that's going to do it for them as they will sprint to the finish mat and open the gate for their male athletes. So right now it's Oslo Navy Blue, CrossFit Mayflower, and CrossFit 80-20. Those are your top 2 teams.
And Aylesbury just sprinted to the finish at the same time, so they're a little bit ahead of Mayflower, it looked like.
Justin, before we let you go, one last question. Your big takeaway here from an event in London, a long time, event organizer for Strength in Depth. We're on day 3 now. What have you seen?
What I've seen overall, I'm looking at the competition, but I'm also looking at the whole event as an experience. CrossFit ran over 100 regionals ourselves, and what I'm seeing that this crew has done in Europe is they've taken a model that works, they've added a big community event, they've added all these other things around it. So this is really kind of a community cultural gathering for CrossFitters in Europe. I love the model that they've got here. And then when you've got these kind of all-star shootouts for the teams like we're seeing right now, it just really kind of brings the excitement to a whole nother level.
Well, Justin, thank you for stopping by. We appreciate you taking the time and providing some insight as always.
Yeah, we'll see you guys.
And right now we have roughly half the teams on the floor with their male pairing. Your leader in the center of your screen with the green shirt tops in gray shorts, that is Oslo Navy Blue. That's Elvin Dahlringard. They're into their second round of thrusters. The first 4 teams to this male portion, Oslo Navy Blue, followed by CrossFit Mayflower in lane 3. That is on the right side of your screen, the crew from CrossFit Mayflower. Their male pairing of Stefan Little and Benjamin Wadham. 80-20, who was second originally through the first 2 rounds of their female pairing, has slipped down to 3rd, and then Nordic Original made a little bit of a push towards the back half of their female pairing and have moved into 4th. These are your overall standings coming into this event. As you can see, 80-20, Mayflower, Nordic Original, all involved in that bubble race. We have not heard from CrossFit Aylesbury just yet. Their male athletes on the floor as well. You can see Oslo Navy Blue there, center left of your screen, the green top. They are heading back for their their second set of legless rope climbs.
This is interesting. Remember, in the previous heat, the women from Las Tablas were the first ones, but they were not the winners. Aarhus was the winner, so it's really all about setting the stage for the male couples. I think Oslo did a great job at that. I just gotta say, I love watching them execute.
It has been the case all weekend long. The well-roundedness of this team continues to shine.
And there's a sense of urgency, but no sense of stress in what they do, and I think that's a huge difference.
And with that rep, Oslo Navy Blue will make their way back to the final set of thrusters. Here are your top scores from some of the top teams expected to push for the podium. Obviously, CrossFit Reykjavik in week 1. You were there, Mads. 10:45. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom in week 1 as well. I was at Syndicate, 11:20. And here we're seeing Oslo Navy Blue throwing their hat in the ring.
And they really are, but I mean, it's hard to get that kind of finish time if nobody else is pressing you.
Oslo Navy Blue making the tag, and they will head back to the rig. As you can see, multiple teams on the back half of this male pairing event. Over in lane 7, you can see in the back right of your screen the 2 shirtless athletes from 80-20. They are in the top 3 in this heat. Over in lane 3, just to the left, that's CrossFit Mayflower. They're making a push for 2nd.
That's Nikolai Bilodal jumping onto the rope there for Oslo. They've got 2 more rope climbs.
And it looks like Nikolai is going to take it himself. 1 more pull to go. And that is going to do it for CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. 5 events down, 5 event wins, and 500 points, and a nice little celebration there. Second best time we've seen thus far. As we have a few teams getting ready to close out their final round of thrusters. You can see, I believe 80-20 heading back to the rig now in lane 7. You see lane 3, Mayflower heading back in the green shirt and black shirt for their male pairing. And just to the right of them off your screen is lane 2, Nordic Original. They're at the rig at the same time. You can see lane 2 and 3, both on their final rep. Same with 80-20. It's gonna be a foot race. No time for celebrating. We're gonna have to go to the chip timers, and it's CrossFit 80-20 in with a time of 12:12.57, just ahead of Nordic Original at 12:12.78, and then less than a half second behind CrossFit Mayflower at 12:13.30. It came down to that final rope climb in the sprint to the finish. As we see CrossFit Aylesbury, they are done. And they are in with a time of 12:41.33. So all of the teams besting the top time from the previous heat. So they will be good for top 5 finishes overall.
second fastest team in the world by CrossFit Oslo.
And really solidifying their spot in those elite echelon of teams, trying to say, hey, you know what, don't forget about us, we're a podium threat too.
Definitely, I think somebody's taking notes around the world as we speak right now.
I know Con Porter's here.
Yep.
And so lane 4, that is CrossFit Trondheim. They come into this event 45 points ahead of the cut line, so they have a little bit of a cushion, but as we're seeing more and more teams from the previous heats, their time starting to factor in.
What this does is it adds to the excitement of the team competition.
No doubt. Remember, we had Aarhus CrossFit from the previous heat in at 3:14. Las Tablas CrossFit in at 13:17.
I think that was
I believe that's Sarpsborg, yes,
just
getting
finishing
across.
up,
They're in at 13:54. And right now, there's only 3 teams left. As you see the Butcher's Lab, I believe that's Butcher's Lab TL, or sorry, BL, across the finish line. So, you know, for CrossFit Trondheim, they're not safe. You can see their athlete in the center right of your screen, the blue top, running back to the rig. And over in lane 1, that's North Engine CrossFit. They've got 1 left, so that's another team that could fit in here and widening the point spread. The pairing of Charlie Hodge and Nestor Newtonen, they are done.
and this is going to shuffle the board a lot for the last event.
And lane number 10, CrossFit Bladen, they are across. So it's CrossFit Trondheim. They are the final team on the floor and the final team to finish. So we're going to have to wait and see how the point spread shakes out, because we could see a shakeup, not just for the 5th spot, but for the teams in 3rd through 5th heading into this final event.
Exactly. You know, a lot of people are going to be refreshing their leaderboard.
But it's Oslo Navy Blue winning the event and setting the second best time in the event so far.
And they came out and they did it really, really well. Obviously, they've been looking at Mayhem. They've been looking at Reykjavik. They know exactly what they were up to. But you start looking at them right now, and what they did is started with the female contingency. Came out here, and as we talked about, clean reps, fast hands on the rope, fast breaks on the thrusters, smart breaks as well, and really didn't spend a lot of time on either exercise that was not utilized in the best possible way. Then the men came on. Nikolai Bilodal doing a great job on the thrusters. Elvin was fast on the ropes to start with. Nikolai Bilodal then got the last 2 rope climbs for the team, and they finish up with the second fastest team in the world.
Bilodal tasked with catching his team, gets toppled at the finish line, but
I think they can afford it.
I think the only slip up this weekend for them was that celebration. Otherwise, they have been absolutely perfect.
Well, both that and Nikolai also slipped when he came off the rope on the last one, but it's all right.
And one of the teams on the bubble and had a strong performance in this event is CrossFit Mayflower, and they're standing by with Biba Mastodder.
Sorry, congratulations, guys. How did you attack this event?
Well, look, we got 2 really strong girls. And like everybody's done, we've practiced this and executed exactly what we did in training. I think we're about 20 seconds quicker, so girls absolutely smashed that. Steph and I just brought up the rear with the old boys.
You were in the top 5 going into the event. You were in 4th place in the event. What do you have to do in the final event to keep you in the top 5?
Look, it's a final event, and I think that we'll all stand this together, that it's all or nothing now. We've been training together about a year. And we've been friends for a lot longer, so it's our sort of final hurrah, especially for Steph and I, who are a little bit beyond the hill age-wise.
So what worth would it be for you to get to the games?
It'd mean everything. Last 12 years of CrossFit, I think for all of us, it would be a dream come true without getting too emotional about it. Apart from Elena, she's already been.
Congratulations, guys. Good luck.
Thank you, Biba. The teams are done. We'll reseed and resort those lane assignments. Up next, the women will have their turn at event number 5 as action continues here at Strength and Depth.
Hjem til Mosjøen, hjem til Øksfjord, hjem til Ålesund. Hilse til familien.
Are presented by Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. By Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. By Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. The U.S. Army, know your Army. And by Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do, it's about what I don't do. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows, no bull.
It's super important to have a baseline level of where you're at. Being able to have data at your fingertips is just a great way to improve your overall life and health. The at-home Thorne tests are just an amazing tool. You can have some tangible evidence as to here's what's going on in your system. It's looking at the body as a whole and trying to fix different systems that will then contribute to overall health.
Hi everybody and welcome. We're going to first begin by talking about the definition of CrossFit.
All right guys, go ahead and sit back and down. Fight for that position. Push your knees apart from each other, just like that. Excellent job.
This is a fitness that is considered broad, general, and inclusive.
What's the biggest impact I can have on this athlete right here in this second?
Doctor said my season was totally over, but it was not only that. He told me, oh, maybe you will not be able to go back to the top of your sport. Lots of persons forgot me after injury. It was okay, we're done. Oh, next athlete. I'm really angry to show to some person that I'm not done and I can do some good stuff in CrossFit. Okay.
What is this course about? Well, this weekend is your level 1. It's the introductory component. The flow and content is going to look like this. We are going to have what's called conceptual framework lectures. We're very big on defining things. So we'll define CrossFit, talk about fitness, give you our stance on nutrition, talk technique, as well as programming. In addition to that, we're going to have what's called 9 foundational movements, and we're going to give them to you in 3 series. We'll have a squat series, a press series, and also a deadlift series. While those lectures are going on, you'll have a demo person up front here on a box showing you all the things we want to see in movement and also some areas that can get yourself into trouble. From there, we're going to break out into small groups onto the main floor here, where you're going to get a chance to be led by one of my ninja/rockstar trainers. It's very hands-on, very practical application. So if you're that person that came here this weekend looking to have your own personal movement corrected, that's going to be an opportunity for you. But in addition to that, if you're looking to become a trainer or you're currently a trainer looking for some additional cues and corrections for fixing movement, it's going to be appropriate for that as well. One of the coolest things about this program is its infinite scalability. And so whether you are a games athlete or whether you're somebody that is never done a CrossFit workout before, we have no way of knowing that. And so when it comes time for the workouts, if you'll just let us know where you are in the process, hey, I got a nagging shoulder, elbow, or whatever the story is, we will take care of you. And our goal is to make sure that we give you the appropriate stimulus for the workout that we're doing, but also keep you safe in the process. We're gonna have a good time this weekend, gonna learn a lot, gonna laugh a lot.
30 seconds. Stand by. And we're off onto heat number 1. This is the workout. Centrally set by CrossFit is 10 rounds for time of one legless rope climb at 15 feet and one 170-foot run. Taking an early lead in lane number 7, Yulia Blazikowska. We are into round 2 now for Yulia Blazikowska and Marta Recatini. Yulia Blazikowska extending her lead into round 3. Yulia Blazikowska into round 4 now. Along with lane 5, Hannah Phipson. Yulia Blazikowska coming in to complete her 7th round. She has 3 rounds remaining. 5 rounds remain for lane 8, Marta Recatini. 5 remain for Maribel Gallardo in 6. And Hannah Phipson in 5. But Yulia Blazikowska putting in a fast time currently, having completed 8 complete rounds. Making the top of the rope once more. Running back, completing her 9th round. And Yulia Blazikowska coming in to complete her 10th round and crossing the finish line in just over 4 minutes. Tunnison with 9 complete rounds. Come on, let's get behind these athletes as they come to their final rounds. Celia Tunnison crossing the line in an unconfirmed 4:49. 9 complete rounds for lane 6, Maribel Gallardo. Coming over the finish line now in lane 3, Karina Simone. We are halfway through our 11-minute time cap now. Lane 5, Hannah Simpson coming over the finish line, having completed 10 rounds. Completing the last one, Maribel Gallardo, and over the finish line in an unconfirmed 6:28. All eyes now on lane number 4, Katarina Isla. Let's get behind Katarina as she comes up into her 7th road point. She has 6 complete rounds. We also have in lane number 8, Marta Nicotini getting to the top of the rope. Finishing her last rope line and making a sprint for the finish line, Marta Nicotini. To the top of the road! That is rope line number 7. 7 complete rounds for Katarina Isla. Let's go, let's get behind her as she comes back to the rope. Come on, Katarina! 3 minutes left on the time count. The crowd want you to do it, Katarina. Let's get behind Katarina, come on. It's only gonna help, you got it, you got it. We're going up, one at a time, hand over hand. That is a good rep. Just under 2 minutes left on the time cap. And 2 rounds remain. 20 seconds. We have 1 minute remaining. Come on, let's get behind Katarina as one. She's going up. Come on, let's erase the lose by this place. And she makes her way, hand by hand, to the top, to the grab, and she's back. 30 seconds to go. One last try. Seconds. 15 seconds. 10. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Not so much for all the athletes. Especially our heat winner, Julia Blaszczykowska!
It's a sold-out crowd here on day number 3 at the CrossFit Strength in Depth. Thanks for joining us here at the Excel London Arena in London, England. Tommy Marquez, joined by Mads Jacobsen. Pippa Mastotter will be joining us momentarily. And the first event of the day for the women is a little bit of a repeat. 2014 Regional Event 5 presented by O2.
Well, it is. It's pretty simple, actually. It's just 10 rounds of one legless rope climb and then a 170-foot run. An 11-minute time cap. Well, sounds easy, but it's going to get hard.
You know, it's a simple couplet, but there are some things to keep in mind of your recipe for success delivered by Trifecta.
I think there are 3 things to keep in mind. One is fast hands on the rope, otherwise, because that time on detention is going to cost you. Big jump onto the rope, it's going to save you some time on the grip, which is going to be decisive. And then a sprint to the finish. It's quite possible that that's where this is going to be decided. We've seen it in the past, so don't just jog in and enjoy the crowd. Sprint.
Yeah, you don't want to start to celebrate prematurely and give up a few points. Here are your lane assignments for this second of 3 heat on the women's side. And in lane number 6, an athlete that can maybe move up into the top heat. Sorry, lane 5, Marie Robin.
Well, Marie Robin came out yesterday and she had a great event. I mean, her lifting went really, really well, and I hope that she kind of carries that with her. I've seen her walking around here today, and she looks very confident, so I'm looking forward to seeing that.
And just to her left, in lane number 6, only 2 points back of Robin, is Nicole here.
Nicole here is also one of these athletes that I didn't know too much about coming into this, but she's done a great job. She is a police officer, and this is one of these events that's going to fit her really, really well because she's used to being on a rope.
Heat 2 is underway here in this individual event number 5. 10 legless rope climbs and then a sprint down to the end. These athletes will run to the other side, and unlike in 2014 when they had to move a chest piece, we've standardized it a little bit more, and they'll have to touch behind the line with both feet behind the line.
And so in the previous heat, and I think this is worth just mentioning, in 4 minutes and 5 seconds is all it took Julia Blaszczykowska to finish this, and that is a very, very fast time. She was really, really fast on the rope, but she didn't exactly take it easy on the sprints.
And that has kind of followed a trend that we've seen in this event. We've seen some amazing times from earlier heats really kind of put the pressure on the top women overall. That time of 4:05, that would have beat the best time from back in 2014 set by Danny Siddell. That was 4:20, so nearly 15 seconds faster, and that's in the first heat.
And what I like to see from these athletes as well is I want to see that sprint right back there, because you're not going to recover more just by taking it easy. Your grip isn't going to come back. It's going to be the same, so just go out there and get it done as fast as possible. But it's a treacherous thing because you want to rest.
That is Nicole here making her way back to the rope. Oh, I believe that's Marie Robin. Nicole here is on the right-hand side. Marie Robin is your leader through 4 rope climbs. This is climb number 5. Your second and third in this heat on the left-hand side of your screen, Evie Hollis in the white top, greenish leggings, and then Matilda Spanu on the right-hand side.
Evie Hollis is one of these athletes. I mean, she started competing, I think she was, I'm not even sure she was 15 when she started competing. She's kind of been on the circuit forever. So a young athlete with a lot of experience, training out of CrossFit Yas.
And there are 4 climbs remaining as Marie Robin is running back to the rig. We're already past the halfway mark, and that top time from Julia Blaszczykowska is in serious danger. But it's kind of been the case here, Mads. You know, things can look good all the way to the end, and then the final few rope climbs, it can all come crashing down if you're not prudent with your technique.
Well, definitely. I think we've seen it a lot of times. What happens is that you may change your kip technique. First, you're going for more like a bicycle movement with your legs propelling you upwards. Then you start kipping with a big kick like we're seeing Marie Robin right now. And just that change. Now, whether you start with it and then hold on to it, that's usually better. But once you start changing in the middle, it's not a good sign.
We just saw Emily Lundberg move into second in this heat, just behind Marie Robin. Robin has, looks like 2 rope climbs to go. Robin in the center of your screen, lane number 5. Lundberg just to her left in lane number 4. And look at Lundberg chewing up that rope.
Just incredible pulling strength from Emily Lundberg.
They each have 1 rep remaining.
The interesting part, and I just want to, is that Marie Robin and Emily Lundberg, same speed but different techniques on the rope so far. The difference has been that Emily Lundberg has been sprinting back and sprinting back to the rig again.
And
see, pretty much the same touch.
Their final climb at the same time, and it's like you had a crystal ball, Mads, because it comes down to the final sprint. I believe that's Marie Robin setting the time to beat, just beating Emily Lundberg to the mat. Robin in with a time of 3:52. Lundberg 3:53 as
Evie
Hollis is across. That'll be good enough for 3rd in the heat, the 4th overall, factoring in the time from the previous heat. And we have a handful of athletes now trying to finish this up with just a few rope climbs remaining. And that's Nicole here. She is on her. She is actually done. A little bit of confusion there. I think she thought she had an extra rep, and her judge was telling her, nope, you're all done.
She's not enjoying that.
You can see her kind of slapping her forehead there, but lane 8, we got Betty Grenier on. She had a strong finish to yesterday in the chipper. She will cross with a time of 4:51 as
that was Silvia Izquierdo. Oh, that's not Silvia Izquierdo. That's lane number 9, sorry. But that is Chara Salandra. That is Silvia Izquierdo right there on the Libya screen.
Izquierdo finished. Salandra was also confused about how many routes she had done. They are both to the mat.
It's Vanessa Wagner.
Wagner in just under the 5.5-minute mark at 5:21. And, you know, yesterday, Ella Wilkinson absolutely torched that chipper event from an earlier heat, was able to move up into this 2nd heat, but right now she still has 4 climbs remaining. So she is gonna have to take her time a little bit here on this rope just to make sure she's able to get underneath the time cap. We're seeing a little bit of like a scissor kick and then a transition into that full kick.
Yep, and I mean, she does get a great jump onto the rope, which is exactly what she needs. Just make sure you don't have to pull yourself all the way. Then the thing is not necessarily the kip, but if you look at her hands, she's not moving them far enough up. So even though she has a great kip, she's not really getting the distance that she's driving her center mass up the rope. It just becomes a lot of time on the grip, and it gets really fatiguing,
Yeah, we saw that from in the earlier heat. Really, at some point, when fatigue sets in, it just becomes a hand-over-hand type scenario, and you're really moving up that rope 5-6 inches at a time, and you just hope that your grip can hold. So you see Hollis now cheering on Wilkinson, hoping to provide some encouragement to the young and up-and-coming athlete. And a good rep for Wilkinson. Looks like she is through 8 of 10 total. Tremendous patience on the rope there at the top, because, you know, we don't talk about it much, but there is that knot and the tape portion there, which takes away from some of the real estate that you can use to grip on your way up. So there's almost that point where you need to kind of huck and pray a little bit to get to the cross beam.
Well, both that, and then there's the requirement that you need to have both hands on the rope before you can clench your legs as well. So hope and pray, but also make sure to come back to that rope real fast. Gravity's going to pull you towards the ground real fast at 13 seconds per meter, 13 meters per second. So now that's a lot better height on her grip there. See?
No doubt there. getting a big pull with each kip, really utilizing that momentum there, Mads.
Exactly, and it's interesting because she has that momentum with the kip. She's always had it. I think she just lost a little bit of confidence and then just didn't dare kind of grab a little bit further up the rope. But that was a good rope climb right there.
One climb remains for Ella Wilkinson as we have just under 2.5 minutes to this 11-minute cap. Given the previous rest intervals, I think she'll have enough time to maybe give herself just a few extra breaths and make sure she gets up this rope. At this point, it feels like it's a confidence boost just to get under the cap.
I mean, it is, and it's what we talked about as well. It's like she's not going to recover more by that extra 10 to 15 seconds. That's not it, but she needs to feel confident doing it. Yes. That's it, same one. Yes!
The last rope climb is good for Ella Wilkinson as you hear the crowd rally behind this young athlete. And she is across, plenty of time to spare underneath the cap. 9 minutes and 19 seconds as we see your overall results from this heat. Top time for Marie Robin.
Marie Robin doing a great job. I think Ella Wilkinson is an athlete we're going to see a lot of in the years to come. But let's look at what happened here. Marie Robin came out and she was faster on the rope than everybody else. But what did happen as we kind of progressed through the event was that Emilie Lundberg started going a little bit faster on the run and actually caught up with Marie Robin on the last rope climb. Marie Robin needed one less pull, and then she was faster on the finishing sprint than Emilie Lundberg. And that's what got her the win.
And a nice little foot race to the finish, Matt. And both athletes, Robin and Lundberg, get the top 2 times that we have seen thus far, 3:52 and 3:53. Putting the ball in the top heats court now. See if they can step up to the plate and match that. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, the top women's heat, the top 10 overall, will take their turn at the legless rope climbs. Stay with us, everyone. The stands are packed as the fans eagerly await the top women's heat here inside the Excel London. Thanks for joining us. CrossFit Strength in Depth. Tommy Marquez, joined by Mads Jacobsen, Bibba Masdotter, the third member of our team. We along in a moment. And here are your overall standings coming into today. Jacqueline Dahlstrom and Emma McQuaid locked in a battle for the top spot overall, but down in 5th and 6th place, Elisa Fuliano is holding on to that 5th and final spot. Just behind her in 6th is Katrin Davidsdottir. Sam Briggs in 9th, trying to punch her way up into the last chance qualifier spot. The first event today, Regional Event 5 from 2014, presented by O2.
Well, it is. It's going to be 10 rounds for time of one legless rope climb, followed by a 170-foot run. There's an 11-minute time cap.
And this event has a ton of history dating back to its original time it was programmed. And for more on that, let's send it down to Bibba Masdotter.
In 2014 at Regionals in Copenhagen, Katrin Tanja was unable to finish one event, and that was the rope climb event. She finished 24th overall in that event, and it crushed her hopes at qualifying to the games that year. Today, she sits in 6th overall, only one spot away from qualifying to the games, and the same event that kept her from going to the games back in 2014 is the one that she's hoping can get her to the games this year. So this is a shot at redemption.
Thank you, Bibba. Mads, with that in mind, your recipes for success presented by Trifecta.
Fast hands on the rope, less time under tension is going to be key. The other one is a big jump onto the rope to save that grip a little bit. And the last one, as we just saw, is a sprint to the finish. That may be the deciding factor.
And here are your lane assignments for this top women's heat. And as we heard the history with Katrin Davidsdottir in lane number 8, it seems almost poetic, Mads, that this would be the event to kick her day off.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing this, as she knows exactly what it is she has to go out there and do. So yeah, let's hope for redemption for Katrin Tanja.
And then in lane 1, Sam Briggs hoping to make up some ground. She won this event back in 2014.
Exactly, it's a typical Samantha Briggs event. I mean, she's always excelled at anything that has to do with pulling, so.
The final women's heat is underway. The top time to keep in mind, 3:52 by Marie Robin, and then just a second behind her, Emily Luberg in 3:53. And no surprise to see some of these women attacking these first few reps. The center of your screen moving towards the left is Turi Helgadottir. And, you know, catching up before this weekend, Turi said that this was the event she was excited to attack, because in 2014 she was on a team, didn't get to do it, and she was bummed that she never got to perform this in competition, and now she has a great chance.
It's just the way that she does it. You gotta love it. She's holding, like she's actually running pretty fast back to the rope. When she gets to the rope, immediate jump onto the rope, and that's exactly what you need.
Helgadottir first up the rope for rep number 3, and then behind her a whole host of women. Jacqueline Dahlstrom in the red pants on her right. On the left-hand side, I believe that's Elisa Fuliano just behind. Emma McQuaid on the right side of Jacqueline Dahlstrom. And all the way on lane 1, even with Dahlstrom, is Sam Briggs, as Turi Helgadottir heads up for her 4 of 10 rope climbs.
And Elisa Fuliano is pretty far ahead of Katrin Tanja Davidsdottir right now, which is exactly what she needs to hold on to that fifth spot.
As you see, Helgadottir reaching the turnaround point, followed closely behind by Jacqueline Dahlstrom and Sam Briggs. And that is 5 rope climbs down for Helgadottir, as Sam Briggs makes the touch for her 5th climb as well. You see Jacqueline Dahlstrom in the center back of your screen with the red pants. She is step for step with Sam Briggs.
And so we're looking at Katrin Tanja right here, and a bit slower on the rope. It's that kip right there. That's what's slowing her down a little bit.
Back in 2014, Katrin did not finish this event. Only got a handful of rope climbs in, and she was stopped dead in her tracks. But ultimately, it was that event that set her on the path towards 2 CrossFit Games championships. Excuse me.
And look at Turi, right? So we're back at her, and still the same thing. No hesitation when she gets to the rope, just immediately up.
Helgadottir chasing the top time overall by Christy Aramo O'Connell at 3:21. And Helgadottir has 3 climbs remaining as we are just barely past 2:40 on the clock. She is flying. You see that kind of scissor kick utilized in some earlier heats, and no problem for Thuri Helgadottir.
So Filiano right there just checking in with her judge. What have I got left? Well, the answer is 3 more rounds.
She is a full round behind Thuri Helgadottir and hoping to hold her spot on the right side of the bubble. Helgadottir, 9 rope climbs in. And if she gets to this turnaround point, she's going to have just under 25 seconds to try and get the time to beat
and now down sprint.
That is good for Helgadottir. She makes her way to the finish, and she is just going to get it in with a time of 3:50. Here comes Sam Briggs. Briggs is in. That's going to be good for second in the heat, 3rd overall. And Jacqueline Dahlstrom, your overall leader coming into the event, she gets to the finish mat just ahead of the woman trailing behind her overall in Emma McQuaid. So a tremendous performance by some of the biggest names in the field here. As Lisa Fuliano, that's a great sign for her. She's wrapped up. And for an athlete that has had to deal with some really tough stuff in the past year, diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, battling back. Right now looking like she'll be in the top 5, as that's a big result for Taylor Howe.
It is. We need to remember we did have a couple of really fast times in the past.
Sola Sigurðardóttir is in, and now the question becomes, where is Katrin Davidsdóttir? It looks like she is maybe on her final rep. And 8 years ago, she never got to get to the finish mat, and now she sprints to the finish with a time of 5:07. That's going to be good for her 18th unofficially in the event. So maybe not the result she wanted, but able to put that event behind her. Now it's Amy Kringle still on the floor. Just to her right, Aoife Burke. Kringle has 1 rep left. And same for Burke. So the final 2 women on the floor, 1 rep remains. And now the question becomes, how much do you rest here? Because obviously you want to mitigate the damage, but a failed rep here could be catastrophic.
At the same time, as with this much time has passed, just get after it. Do what you got to do.
And that looked easy for Aoife Burke as she's able to get her 10th rope climb in. And another sprint to the finish. Oh, that was close. And Kringle, some fancy handwork there.
It was a very close call before clinching with her legs as well, but yeah, I'm not the judge. My vantage point is not next to the rope, so.
And Kringle gets across at 7:25, and that will do it for this top women's heat. As your winner for the event is Thuri Helgadottir. And man, that makes it pretty much back-to-back events for Helgadottir here.
Well, it does, and it puts her in a great position. But she was upset that she hadn't done this in competition. Once we got her onto the competition floor and she got to do this, she did it great. First of all, fast hands on the rope. Secondly, as soon as she got to the rope, she attacked it immediately. No waiting around whatsoever. And then obviously finishing off with the sprint. And that sprint was exactly what got her ahead of Marie Robin.
Strong finish from Helgadottir, and she congratulates Sam Briggs on a strong result as well. These are your overall results for the event. Helgadottir with the win. Marie Robin from the second heat sneaks up there into the second place. Emily Lundberg is third. And then Sam Briggs and Jacqueline Dahlstrom rounding out the top 5. And Sam Briggs needed a big result to start the day. She did exactly that, and she is standing by with Bibba Mastaughter.
Sam, you did a good job out there. This was a fast and quick event. Did you have to save some energy for the end?
It's just one of those where you've got to be careful with your rope climbing capacity, because if you go too fast at the beginning and your grip goes, then it's really hard at the end. Then you have to go even slower than if you pace it out correctly from the start. But saying that, I was in 9th place, so and I saw how fast 3 was going, so I just had to chase her. I wish I'd have sped up a little bit sooner, though.
You did this workout back in 2014 at regionals. How was it to be able to do it in a crowd like this?
It was awesome. As soon as I come out and my name gets called, I can just hear everybody cheering. So it's been an amazing weekend, and one more event to go.
Hell yeah. What's the plan for the next event?
Do as best as I can.
I love it. Good luck on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Bibba. Spoke to Sam Briggs before this, and she said she would just be happy beating her time from a few years ago. And she certainly did that. We're going to take a quick break, but be sure to check out the newest CrossFit Games documentary, now in pre-sales on iTunes, Fittest on Earth Next Gen. Captures the personalities of the 2021 CrossFit Games. Here's a sample.
I go to the gym every single day. I treat my craft as a profession. I would argue the fact that I am just as professional, if not more, than another athlete that is going to a sport that has been around for hundreds of years. I dedicate my life to this.
The test at the CrossFit Games is everything. If you're going to make a claim of the fittest on earth, which is a massive claim, you have to make sure that that test is well thought out, well planned.
It's not about who's the toughest athlete, it's about who's the fittest. How can we throw this many events at people and still allow them to recover enough to really put the best foot forward?
To be a top-level athlete, it takes everything. You gotta put that first over everything you're doing in your life.
You cannot part-time this. You have to dedicate your life to it. And even that may not be enough.
I don't think there's any reason why I can't win the CrossFit Games. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I could win.
A lot of things were going through my head. After birth, I still remember I could not walk downhill with the stroller. Now all of a sudden, podium was realistic.
You've also got this development where you're starting to get these younger athletes.
Kids who have been doing CrossFit since they've been in elementary school.
Mal O'Brien, we saw her stare right in the face of the reigning women's champion and not blink.
The young, upcoming, new blood of the sport.
It's like if you want a shot at winning the games, this is where we take them. Like this has to be a W.
This year I came here to win.
Horvath now pulling even with Toomey. Elder has it. Medeiros will stand it up.
So that was like a huge opportunity for me to come and try to get some points on him.
Drop yourself 20 spots, lose 60 points, you're out.
At that point, I wasn't concerned about my elbow. I just wanted to finish the games.
It was the most exciting that I felt in a CrossFit event.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to win this.
4 seconds to go. Oh, no!
That's another one.
20 seconds. Stand by. Here we go. This is the first of 3 heats of event 5. This event is called Twist. 10 legless rope climbs for time. It's going to come down to the last few reps. Jan-Arne Finkenberg sitting ever so slightly ahead in first place. Keeping calm on that pace. No doubt each athlete's going to get faster and faster as they complete the rounds. Three rounds completed for Jan-Arne Finkenberg in lane 4. This workout has an 11-minute cap, but there's no chance we're going to see it. Five rounds completed for Jan-Arne Finkenberg. That's us at the halfway point. 10 rounds for time. Not even 2 minutes completed on the clock. Round 7 now for Jan-Arne Finkenberg. He's sitting in first place comfortably in this heat. Just behind him, Marcus Eriksson. And Marius Tenglund Petersen, third place in this heat. 2 rounds to go. Here he goes, he's on his last round. Just 3 minutes on the clock. Oh, Jan-Arne Finkenberg takes the lead. Marcus Eriksson takes second place in the heat. Marius Tenglund Petersen, Alexander Pixel, just about settled. Third and fourth place in the heat. And Sami Ray has finished. Dimitris Fotiu, he's in lane 3. Let's make some noise for Dimitri, let's meet him! Woo! He's got 2 rounds to go. Here he goes, he's on his last rope climb. Come on, Dimitri! Up he goes! Come on! And he's completed his workout! Woo!
Welcome back inside the Excel London Arena here as we continue coverage on day 3, CrossFit Strength and Depth. Tarmi Marquez alongside Mads Jacobsen. Event 5 for the individual men. We're going to run it back from 2014. It's presented by O2.
We are. We're going to do 10 rounds per time of one legless rope climb, a 170-foot run. There's an 11-minute time cap.
Your recipes for success in this event, Mads, presented by Trifecta.
It is fast hands on the rope. Less time under tension is going to serve you well. Big jump onto the rope. It's just faster that way. And don't forget to sprint to the finish because that may be the decider.
We have already seen a few foot races proving that to be true. This is your start list for the second of 3 men's heats to get things started on day number 3.
A lot of familiar names up here.
Yeah, some big names hoping to make a splash. And we were talking about just a second ago, Christoph Horvath throwing the gauntlet down.
He has. We were talking about this, and he was looking forward to this event. And I asked him, well, it's, it's a big jump and 2 pulls. He looked at me and he says, well, is it? So I'm looking forward to see what Christoph brings here.
And the second of 3 men's heat is underway. That was 2 pulls. As the entirety of this men's field here is off and running, we're going to make their way through 10 rounds of this legless rope climb and 170-foot sprint.
Oh, a little slip there by Christoph, but I think he's good. Elliot Ganin, though, coming out really, really fast. Lighter athlete, but we've seen in the entire weekend he's strong to boot. So fast rope, slightly different technique, leaning back a bit, but yeah.
No problem from Ganin in lane 2. Left side of your screen with the blue shirt. Out of CrossFit Bourgogne, excuse me.
Bourgogne.
The top time that they are chasing came from Bill Leahy down in the MAC. He blitzed this in 2:33.30. And right now, the top 2 men in this heat, Elliot Ganin, Christoph Horvath. So far, so good. And Zach George making a push as well from lane number 4, center of your screen with.
So I think Christoph Horvath is actually faster on the rope than Elliot Ganin, but Elliot Ganin is faster on. Oh, that's a slip by Elliot Ganin. Got a no rep, opening up the door to Christoph Horvath.
And Horvath has pulled into the lead, followed closely behind by Zach George. And Elliot Ganin falls to 3rd in this heat. No problem for Christoph Horvath. I love he's got his basketball shoes on.
Yep.
Some high tops, getting ready to do a max vertical jump, maybe play some round ball.
I just love the execution, that big jump, fast hands. I mean, it makes me happy.
And Horvath is starting to open up a lead as he's got 2 rope climbs left. Christoph Horvath through 9 rope climbs now.
Running faster now. He is cycling his sprints about 2 seconds faster than on the first 4 rounds.
1 rope climb to go. He won't get the event record, but after calling his shot to Mads before this event, he gets the touch, and that's going to do it for Christoph Horvath.
Yes!
And he's across unofficially with a time of 2:53.72. Elliot Ganin has fallen back in the pack. Here comes Zach George. Brian Hernandez makes a charge in lane number 8 as more athletes start to pour in now. And there is very little room for error here. As you can see, just a whole host of athletes finishing. And That one slip up from Elliot Ganin really hurt him as he has fallen dead last in this heat.
I feel so sorry for Elliot. I mean, yeah, I can't, you know. He did everything right, but that slip up, that cost him.
And every single male athlete finished within 1 minute of each other. As it looks like Christoph Horvath is going to have the time to beat after calling his shot prior to this event.
So let's have a look at what happened during this event. I'm just trying to get my breath back here. Elliot Ganin came out really fast. He was faster on the run than anybody else. Time on the rope, approximately the same. He did get a no rep, however, that opened up the door to Christoph Horvath. And as he did so, Christoph Horvath started cycling his sprints a little faster. He was efficient like nobody else on the rope. And there you go. Big jump, fast hands, Christoph Horvath, congratulations.
And some fancy basketball shoes to boot. Christoph Horvath continues his climb up the leaderboard, setting the time to beat in heat number 2. He had a first and a fifth on day number 2 and carrying that momentum forward. 2 heats down, 1 to go. When we return after this break, the top men's heat will have their crack at event number 5. Nice look at British Parliament here on a beautiful day in London, England. Welcome back to day number 3 of Strength and Depth. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Tommy Marquez, Mads Jacobson, Bill Mastodder, your broadcast team. We're going to take a look at the overall standings coming into the day. Willie George, as he has been each of the first 2 days, is your overall leader. Andre Houdet moved up into the top 5, charging furiously to overtake Ludwig Hansen for that last spot. The opening event for these men today, 2014 Regional Event 5, presented by O2.
It is going to be 10 rounds for time of one legless rope climb, followed by a 170-foot run. There's an 11-minute time cap.
Your recipes for success, Mads, after seeing a few heats, presented by Trifecta.
Well, fast hands on the rope. Less time under tension is going to serve you well. You can maintain speed. Next one is a big jump onto the rope, just because, well, save some grip. Get some speed, look at Christoph Horvath. And the last one, sprint to the finish. Make sure that you understand that you're not done until you pass the line.
As you mentioned, Christoph Horvath set the time to beat, and these men will be chasing him as your top men's heat gets set to go. These are your top 10 overall as well. Jorgris Kervis has impressed so far this weekend through 4 events.
Well, he has. He's currently sitting in 3rd, and I like this event for him. I think he's going to want to run faster than everybody else.
And then in lane 8, the man on the bubble, the wrong side of the bubble line, Ludwig Hansen, hoping to maybe move back up into the top 5.
I want to see him attack this like there's no tomorrow, because virtually there is none. There is.
Technically speaking, there isn't?
Well, technically,
for this
yes,
event, at least.
But for the event, no.
The top men's heat is underway, and don't blink because it's going to be fast. As virtually everyone blazing through this first of 10 rope climbs. They'll have to run down to the other side of the floor. You see the green line there. They'll have to touch with one hand behind that line before heading back to the rig. Wow, it's Heinrich Happelainen, lane number 6. He is your leader early on, followed by Willie George, Guillaume Biron, Jonakoski, and a handful of others. And they're not just chasing Christoph Horvath. This is your top time overall through 3 semifinal weekends. Bill Leahy, 2:33, done at the MAC.
I love what we're seeing Henrik Happelainen do right now. Horvath did the exact same thing, and it just works. The less time you spend on that rope, the better your grip is going to be. You can maintain speed.
The time to beat set by Horvath in heat number 2, 2:53. You know, we were joking before this. There's not very many events where it pays to be a little taller here, but as a 6'3" guy myself, I don't mind getting to jump up on that rope just a little bit higher than my friends and family.
No, but I love the fact that there is one. I mean, it just evens out the playing field a whole lot. Willie George right there
is done with 6 climbs, 4 remaining. Second place is Willie George.
Just look at
number 5.
And just look at how much more time Willie George spends on the rope than Henrik Happelainen. Happelainen coming in now, jumping up. 2 big pulls. Well, has been in the past, and there you go. We're back.
There are 2 reps remaining on the rope for Heinrich Happelainen. And it's going to be close in the race for 2nd and 3rd. Willie George, you can see in the back right of your screen, he is just behind Happelainen. And there's a cluster of athletes that's going to be in the race for 3rd. Reggie Fossa, Guillaume Briand, and Jonakoski as well.
I'm a little surprised to see Georgios Karavas not going any faster.
We're closing in on the final climbs here. And Happelainen is done. It's a full-on sprint to the finish. And Happelainen is in, followed close behind by Willie George for 2nd. Guillaume Briand is in. Alex Catoulis is in. Andre Houdet is next across the finish line. Followed close behind by Jonakoski.
And here he is. Georgios Kalidis finishing up as well.
Kalidis in with a time of 3:19.77. You can see Ludwig Hansen now getting to the finish mat. And Reggie Fossa fell a little bit back there in that heat.
And Andre Houdet needed this.
Big time. Needed to stay ahead of Hansen and Fossa, a few of those athletes on the bubble. But Heinrich Happalainen in with a time of 2:48.48. That will be good for the top time overall. Willie George just sneaks in ahead of Christoph Horvath, who holds on to a top 3 finish from an earlier heat. And it was all Henrik Happalainen.
It was from the very start. We saw he had a big jump, fast hands on the rope, and as he came down, we were all wondering, well, is he going to be able to hold on to that speed or not? The answer was yes. 2 fast pulls, a little kick to the top, and then he was fast in between as well. There he was, 2:48. Henrik Happalainen, congratulations.
A little bit of emotion from Happalainen there as he crosses the finish. And your overall event results, a couple of athletes from earlier heats factoring in here, with Horvath in 3rd, Jan Matiaska from Switzerland in 6th. Houdet holds on for a 10th place finish. He was the 5th and final athlete in a qualifying position coming into this.
If you know anything about Finns, though, you just said there was a bit of you got a bit of a happy face from Henrik Happalainen. If you're familiar with the Finns, you know that that's not something you get a lot of, so kind of a big deal.
One person hoping to get a little emotion out of Happalainen is Biva Mastadar. She joins him now on the floor.
Henrik, what was your goal like going into this event?
Be fast, run fast, and go all the ropes as long as possible with 3 pulls. But then I went, I think, last or second to last and last with 4, just to make sure I don't miss the touch.
Mm-hmm. The next event is the last event. What is your strategy for that one?
I'm not gonna tell you.
You don't kiss and tell?
Huh?
No. Okay, but what's the plan until then?
I need to see the leaderboard and go a bit with build the strategy through that. Yeah.
Good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Biba. The individuals are done. We are through 5 of 6 events. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to reseed all heats, and when we return, the teams will tackle their final event of the weekend. Provider of CrossFit. By Rogue, don't weaken. By Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. By Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the Noble CrossFit Games. And by GoWad, the official mobility partner of the Noble CrossFit Games.
10 seconds.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
We're helping our members not only with their fitness 1 hour of the day, we want them to improve 24 hours a day, every day of the year. We're helping with nutrition, we're helping with their sleep, their recovery.
I take Thorne every day as a multivitamin, pre-workout, and then before I go to bed. After using Thorne products, I feel a lot more powerful in my workouts, and then I can also focus better not only in the gym, but outside of the gym as well.
Dear Coach, thank you. Thank you for always being there.
For running a class at 5:30 in the morning so I can get home before my kids wake up.
for making sure I build on my strengths and work on my weaknesses.
For being a compass that guides me toward a better version of myself. For constantly putting the needs of others before your own.
For helping me lose 100 pounds last year.
For helping me realize that asthma can't stop me from achieving my goals.
For reaffirming that life doesn't head downhill after the age of 40.
For making the impossible possible.
For being an amazing coach, friend, and mentor. Thank you. Thank you for always being there.
Entertaining all the player hating imitators who imitate the simulators, but they can't debate us. Why even losing? You can see that I'm a winner, baby. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know.
Hi everybody and welcome. We're going to first begin by talking about the definition of CrossFit.
All right guys, go ahead and sit back and down. Fight for that position. Push your knees apart from each other. Just like that. Excellent job.
This is a fitness that is considered broad, general, and inclusive.
What's the biggest impact I can have on this athlete right here in this second?
multi-strength handstand push-ups. Finishing off with a 20-foot worm lunge. And coming on to the worm in lane 5, it's North Engine CrossFit. Lunging
One event remains, and we're going to find out who is going to Madison for the Affiliate Cup. Thanks for joining us here on the final day of competition here in Strength and Depth. Tommy Marquez alongside Mads Jacobson and Bibba Masdottir. Here are your standings coming into the final event. Oslo Navy Blue has basically clinched at this point, but then look at spots 4 through 7. Just 15 points separate them. That's 4 teams fighting for 2 spots. And then anyone hoping to catch 80-20 or Sarpsborg is going to need a little help to boot.
They're going to need it. They're going to need all the help they can get.
And the help they're going to get right now is an event called Paradiso, presented by Thorn.
It is 2 rounds for time, 30 calories on the Echo Bike by the male-female pair number 1, 40 handstand push-ups and a handstand hold by male-female pair number 2, then a 20-foot worm lunge, then back to 30 calories on the Echo Bike male-female pair number 2, then on to 40 handstand push-ups and the handstand hold by male-female pair number 1, finishing off with a 20-foot lunge. There's a 15-minute time cap.
And your recipes for success delivered by Trifecta here, Mads.
Well, it's fast transition. It's going to be fast transitions on the handstand push-ups and move as one on the lunges. There's no time to drop that worm.
Remember, the final lunge has to be done overhead as well. This is your start list. The top 10 teams overall. A handful of these teams hoping that in a few minutes here they'll have a ticket to Madison. One of those teams is lane number 3, Nordic Original. They are the gatekeepers here in 5th place.
They were out of the game last night. They got into the game again this morning on the first event. Now they have to solidify it.
And the team chasing them behind by just 5 points, CrossFit Aylesbury.
CrossFit Aylesbury, and they've been doing great this weekend. They are very capable of making this a hard day at the office for all the other teams.
And the top heat of teams is underway to make their way through this final event titled Paradiso, which of course is the 3rd and final poem in Dante's Divine Comedy.
Well, there are levels to this thing.
Well played. Just to kind of keep you clued in on the point spread here, your overall leader, Oslo, has clinched. They just need to not DNF this event. Sarpsborg in 2nd overall needs a 9th place or better finish to clinch. 80-20 needs a 7th place finish or better. And then it gets hairy from there. Oslo, the first team off of the assault bike calories and the strict handstand push-ups. They are trying to go 6 for 6, Mads.
I think they're going to do it. It's just been an absolute pleasure watching these people compete.
You feel like this is kind of a message from Oslo to the other teams and maybe the ones watching that, hey, we're coming to play in August as well?
Well, I think a little bit of it definitely is, but more than anything, I think this team is just looking, have we done what we need to do to be able to be in contention? I think it's more of a test for themselves.
And that's lane number 8, that's CrossFit Aylesbury. They are just outside the cut line looking in. In 6th overall, you can see Oslo's back. Then 80-20 was next to the rig, followed by CrossFit Sarpsborg as well. Those are your top in the heat, followed closely behind by CrossFit Aylesbury in lane number 9. As you can see, Charlotte Spenson might catch us there on the bike. Aylesbury in lane 8 right now, and it should be noted that over in lane 3, CrossFit Nordic Original, one of the 2 teams they're chasing, is just now to the worm for their first set of lunges.
This is not what CrossFit Nordic needed in any way, shape, or form.
Nordic gonna have to make up some ground here as Oslo Navy Blue is already through, working through their 2nd set of worm lunges. So this will complete the first round of the workout.
Remember the fastest time so far, 8:56 by Surbiton in the previous heat.
And here is lane 8, CrossFit Aylesbury, hoping to make up some ground on Nordic Original.
They're doing everything they should be doing at this point, CrossFit Aylesbury.
That's lane 2, CrossFit Trondheim, who's made a huge move right now. They're in contention in the back part of your screen in the all black. That looks to be
that is Trondheim in the middle of your screen.
So CrossFit Trondheim and Sarpsborg are in a race for second right now, followed closely behind by 80-20, and then Aylesbury on your screen looks to be in 4th or 5th position in this event.
Yeah, I think the train just left the station for CrossFit Nordic. Let's
Nordic made up a little bit of ground there, but they're still behind.
Yeah. And Nordic Original is just way behind. Look at Aylesbury right here doing a great job.
So right now, Aylesbury is ahead of Nordic. One team we haven't mentioned yet, CrossFit Mayflower, just finishing their lunges. They are towards the back half of the heat. They are not safe as well. So we have 4 teams competing for 2 spots right now. Mayflower, Nordic, Aylesbury, and Trondheim. As you see, CrossFit Aylesbury, Madeline Schelling and Jamie Lowry there on the assault bike calories. Hoping to reel in one of these 2 game spots up for grabs.
I just love what they're doing right now. This is exactly what they need to do. Go out there and swing for the fences. It's just a 5-point gap that they had to make up.
So right now, it's Oslo Navy Blue is the first to the 3rd of 4 lunges. Right next to them is CrossFit Sarpsborg in 2nd. They are back to the worm. And then on your screen, CrossFit Aylesbury. They're hoping to make up some ground. That's 80-20 at the bottom center of your screen with the red top. They're in 3rd in this heat right now, followed close behind by CrossFit Trondheim. Remember, they're only 15 points back of 4th, so that would be a huge result for them. Trondheim holding on to 4th in this heat. That could give them a huge boost.
If you look at the middle of your screen, CrossFit Oslo's female athlete, I think that's Ingrid. She's crushing the Echo bike right now.
On your left, that's CrossFit Trondheim. They came into this event in 7th, 15 points back of 4th, and 10 points back of 5th. And on your right, CrossFit Aylesbury was 10 points back of 4th and 5 points back of 5th. So both of these teams, with a strong finish, could potentially snag a game spot. The teams they were chasing, CrossFit Mayflower and CrossFit Nordic, have yet to get back to the worm for their 3rd set of lunges. And here is your leader, as they have been all weekend long. It's CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. They are back to their final set of worm lunges, and this last set, just a little twist there, Mads, has to be done overhead.
Exactly. Only the one athlete has to cross the line. That's it for Oslo Navy Blue, and they are perfect.
A perfect weekend for Oslo Navy Blue, and now the race for 2nd. CrossFit Trondheim, they were on the outside looking in. This could be a huge result for them.
Trondheim in 2nd.
And Trondheim in 2nd overall for that event, and that could be enough. They just needed to beat Nordic and Aylesbury by 2 spots.
And here's Sarpsborg just finish up as we're watching Aylesbury on the handstand push-ups.
So your top 3 so far, Oslo Navy Blue is done, Trondheim is done, Sarpsborg in 3rd, and now Aylesbury is back to the worm. If they can get in here, they're well ahead of the previous times to beat. This could be huge. It could be enough to get them to the games.
I think they just did it.
Well, the question is, will that be enough? They needed some help. On the right-hand side of your screen, that's 80-20. One more step remains for them to get across, and that is the help that Aylesbury needed. On your left, lane 3, CrossFit Nordic Original, still have yet to get to the worm.
Lunging to the finish now. The time from the previous heat is 8:56, but I don't think I'm going to have to wait for the math to be done. But I'm not sure if this is going to be enough.
And both teams chasing Nordic got to the finish mat before them. The crew of Alexander Alebro, Eric Rubio, Antonio Kotolinski, and Michaela Norman will have to wait and see. One thing to note, though, still on the competition floor, one of the 4 teams involved here, CrossFit Mayflower. They came into this event in 4th overall. They were only 15 points ahead of 7th, and they have yet to get back to the worm, so they could be seeing their CrossFit Games hopes dashed as well. And this is lane number 1, Aarhus CrossFit. A tremendous back half of their competition got them in as one of the final teams in this top heat.
Team with a lot of potential for the future as well here, CrossFit Aarhus.
Final step for Aarhus, and that will be it. As they cross with a time of just past the 9.5-minute mark, 9 minutes 34 seconds. And now CrossFit Mayflower finally getting back to the worm as we approach the 10-minute mark, 15-minute cap. Plenty of time here to get across the finish line, but not the finish that Mayflower was hoping for.
Definitely not. As I said, I'm going to have to watch how the leaderboard kind of tabulates after this, but it is definitely not what Mayflower needed, and there was such a shakeup. So many teams doing a great job. Let's see where everything ends up.
Mayflower is in with a time of 10:15, and just like we saw yesterday, Mads, when we closed with the event on the worm, it really shook up the leaderboard and put some teams to task.
It really did. What a great way to get to end up, though. That's Butcher's Lab in the middle of your screen right there.
Butcher's Lab, the one of 2 teams that was slated to compete here. Unfortunately, their other team, Butcher's Lab Rib, had to withdraw, so they were tasked with carrying the flag for the crew out of Copenhagen. A little bit of a slip up there on the worm. They will reset to hope to finish here, close out their weekend.
That's it for Butcher's Lab. So we still have 1 team out here on the floor in lane number 10, Las Tablas CrossFit.
Las Tablas CrossFit is the final team out on the floor, and they deserve a ton of credit. They started the weekend in one of the earlier heats, and slowly but surely they battled their way all the way up into this top heat for this final event. The crew out of Spain has done a great job all weekend long. And that's what's tough here about this event. After everything these teams have done, finishing with the strict handstand push-ups, they are a movement that once they go away, it's hard to get them back.
It is. I mean, it is absolutely brutal. We've seen it in competition since the handstand push-ups, well, showed up, which was probably from day number 1, and it is equally tough. As soon as they go away, they're just gone.
Las Tablas CrossFit chipping away here.
You're seeing Elvin from CrossFit Oslo just giving a bit of advice, some encouragement.
Just over 2 minutes to go until we hit the cap, 15 minutes in total. And that's Las Tablas CrossFit TFA Caffeine. working their way through a final set of 40 strict handstand push-ups.
That is tough once they go away, and not just that. Is in this setting, everybody's watching you. But I mean, it's just nothing they can do. That's the thing about CrossFit. We've all been there. We've all been standing against the wall, wondering, hey, where did they go?
100%. Can't feel your shoulders, and the added twist here is, while you're trying to recover and your teammate wants to do some work, you have to hold a handstand as well. So really punishes the shoulders here, and you feel for them for sure, because they have been pouring their heart into every event this weekend. Just a handful of reps to go as the hand is in the air for the judge. As we are 1 minute to the cap, and it looks like there's 3 strict handstand push-ups left.
I love how they're getting the score in Spanish.
Full range of languages here at Strength and Depth. I know you speak like 10 of them, Matt, so.
Spanish isn't one of them, unfortunately.
One more rep for Las Tablas.
Ah, there she is, good.
And they are done. 15 feet of overhead worm lunging to go. That's gonna be up against the clock here.
Oh, poor woman, she's not gonna be able to get that overhead.
And unfortunately, fatigue just too much to get it in under the cap, but a valiant effort from the crew from Las Tablas CrossFit. And those are your winners. Perfect 6 for 6 on the weekend. CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue.
Introducing themselves as contenders for the CrossFit Games. Very impressive.
And the crew from CrossFit Trondheim came to this event in 7th overall. One of the first times they were outside of the top 5. They needed a big result, and they got it.
They were not happy with the previous event, and it kind of put them in an unfamiliar position. That, however, changed as they got back with fast transitions on the wall, crisp reps on the wall as well, not having to wait for anybody at any time, which meant that they could lunge to the finish right here and get the second position that they needed.
And you can see they were fired up, and in the background, their fellow Norwegians congratulating them on a fantastic job. And your overall results from event number 6, Trondheim, one of the teams on the outside looking in. A second place finish should help. Sarpsborg, Aylesbury, Team Tap, they were in 6th. They got a huge result as well. 80-20 rounds out your top 5 in this event.
But just looking at these flags, it looks like the Open Norwegian Championships that allowed other countries to come play.
Oh, man. Love seeing the multitude of flags here, but I gotta say, Matt, the attendance here was phenomenal. Fans showed up all weekend long, bringing the energy from the outset.
It was amazing. Already on Friday we saw almost a full house, and then on Saturday it just accumulated, and it's been great. And it's not just at this arena. We have the community event going on next door as well, and that's been loud. Lots of noise, lots of cheering, and lots of great experiences there as well.
You can see some of the emotions overtaking a few of these athletes. You can't blame them. You pour your heart into every event this weekend, and win, lose, games or not.
But Aylesbury right here in the middle of your screen did a great job. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out. They are obviously waiting as well. They've done the math prior to this event.
We're going to tabulate the results, take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to find out who's going to Madison, as 5 teams will be given a games ticket. Don't go away. We'll be back in just a moment.
Can all teams please make their way to their finish mats, please? All teams to their finish mats. Could all teams please face the rig as well at their... Look forward towards the rig, please, at your finish mats. Ladies and gentlemen, qualifying from CrossFit Strength in Depth, the CrossFit Semifinal event for the CrossFit Games. In first place, CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. In second place, CrossFit Sport. In third place, CrossFit 80-20. In fourth place, CrossFit Trondheim. And in fifth place, qualifying for the CrossFit Games, CrossFit Aylesbury Team Time.
There you have it, your top 5 teams moving on to Madison, Wisconsin, the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games. Oslo Navy Blue, CrossFit Sarpsborg 80-20, CrossFit Trondheim, and CrossFit Aylesbury Team Tap. See Elvin Dahlengard from Oslo Navy Blue, just phenomenal all weekend long. Never a question whether or not they were the class.
Not at all.
This competition.
Not at all. I think what's impressing me is not just that they're winning; it's the way they're winning. It's just they're moving with excellence as a good team.
Yeah. Your final standings for the team. You can see there was a close race all the way through the end. And Mads, what stands out?
Well, beyond the Oslo team, I think it is Sarpsborg. I was looking forward to seeing them. I did not expect them to end up this far up, but they competed brilliantly. They did have a couple of setbacks, but the way that they recovered as a team, I think that's exactly what you need if you want to go to the CrossFit Games.
And once again, the margin was razor thin, and a team that made up the ground into fourth was CrossFit Trondheim, and they are standing by with Bibbe Masdottir.
Guys, first, congratulations. You were in 7th place before coming into this last event, and you ended up in 4th. What was the plan going into this event?
We just wanted to stick to our game plan and just not focus on all the other teams around us and just do as best as we can.
And you did. The last worm, overhead lunge, that heavy worm, how were these final steps?
It was pretty okay. We just agreed that on beforehand that we just, when we get it up, we just commit and finish the lunges. So it went well, and yeah, we finished second. Yeah.
Guys, what does it mean for you to go to the games?
Right now, it means everything. We are. We didn't expect to. We didn't know if we could make it, so we are so happy. Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. Good luck at the games.
Well, I think they're going to be doing great at the CrossFit Games. What an amazing team, what an amazing attitude as well. And we all know that, you know, athletic prowess and physical capacity, that's one thing, but without a mental game that matches that, you're not going anywhere. These guys are.
And one team that had all the tools was Oslo Navy Blue, a perfect 6 for 6. And you know what? 2 more Norwegian teams are going with them, as Norway has a tremendous weekend in the team competition here at Strength and Depth. And the team that was perfect all weekend long is now standing by with Bibba Masdottir.
Guys, 6 out of 6. Congratulations. What a performance. How does it feel, like winning all of these events?
It feels amazing. We were expecting to do well, but we didn't expect to do this good.
The games are the next mission here. What is the plan until the games?
It's continue the training towards the games, staying injury-free. And if we do that, I think we can have a good chance on the podium at the games.
What's the secret behind this team? What makes this team such a great team?
Oh, I didn't hear.
What makes this team such a great team?
Oh, we have fun, a lot of fun. And I think we communicate very good together. And everybody has their strength and not big holes. And that's important.
So what is the plan for tonight?
For tonight, we're gonna go home. First, we're gonna eat, and then we're gonna start chugging down some beer. And then we're gonna see, I'm probably gonna end up out in the river swimming or something.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. Congratulations, guys. See you at the games.
Thank you very much.
Elvin and the Chipmunks are coming
Thank
for
you,
the games.
Bibba. Matt, you're a bit of a swimmer, right? Might join them?
And not as much as I like to be, though. But I'll join them.
Congratulations to the teams who qualified. They are done for the weekend. Up next, the individuals will have their turn at the finale.
The 2022 CrossFit Semifinals are presented by Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. By Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. By O2, the official recovery drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. And by the U.S. Army. Know your Army.
30 seconds. Stand by. And we are out into the last event for the elite women. This is for time 21:59. Calories on the Echo Bike, bar facing burpees and thrusters. There is a 9-minute time cap on this workout. We are out here on the competition floor. These ladies throwing down. Who's going to make it off of the Rogue Echo Bike first? Into their round of 21 bar facing burpees. First off the bike, in lane number 5, Vanessa Wagner. Closely followed by lane number 7, Katarina Isla. Also getting in the mix in lane number 2, Marta Riccattini. These ladies going for it, they are throwing down. I expect them to be picking up the pace come the end of this. Come on, spectators, let's get behind these athletes. Pick one of them and scream for them to go faster. 4 reps to go in lane 5 for Vanessa Wagner. 5 to go for Marta Riccattini. Katarina Isla picking up the pace now with just a few reps to go. Vanessa Wagner moving into her first round. The 21 thrusters. Closely followed by lane 4, Maribel Gallardo. And Marta Riccattini. Two reps left for lane 6, Hannah Phipson for the burpees. She's now on to her 21 thrusters. We are 3 minutes and 25 seconds in. To left for Vanessa Wagner. These ladies move the bar forward to signify they've completed their first round of 21. Now moving into the round of 15. Vanessa Wagner. Close behind Maribel Gallardo. Vanessa Wagner taking no prisoners in this workout. Vanessa Wagner with 3 counts left. On her heels, Maribel Gallardo and Katarina Isla, but getting off the echo bike first. Vanessa Wagner. Katarina Isla also to the round of 15 bar-facing burpees. Hot on the tail is Maribel Gallardo. Coming off the bike into the bar-facing burpees in lane 9, Karina Saros. Hannah Phipson off the bike now. Onto the bar-facing burpees. Now we have neck and neck, Vanessa Wagner and Maribel Gallardo. Maribel Gallardo picking up the barbell first for her set of 15 thrusters. Katarina Isla not far behind. Last 5 reps for Katarina Isla. Pulling those 10 unbroken. We are 7.5 minutes into our time cap. That leaves just 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Moving the ball forward. Maribel Gallardo and Katarina Isla getting back on the wrong echo bike. One minute to go. These ladies giving it everything they've got in the last 50 seconds. Come on, let's get behind them. Let's get them some extra calories, some extra reps in. 40 seconds to go. Katarina Isla off the bike with 30 seconds left. She's into 9 bar-facing burpees. 20 seconds. Maribel Gallardo hot on her heels, 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1. And that brings time to heat number 1. I believe there's good reason for this workout being called Hard Times. Two minutes. Let's bring out heat number 2 onto the competition floor.
Not a bad day for some sightseeing here in London, England, as action continues at Strength and Depth 2022. You see Big Ben out there all polished up and pretty for the Queen's Jubilee. Tommy Marquez here, joined by Mads Jacobsen and Biva Mastodder. We are heading into the 3rd and final event of the weekend for individuals. Event number 6, presented by Thorn, called Hard Times.
And it has the potential to become hard times. It is 21:15.9, the classical rep scheme of calories on the Echo Bike, bar-facing burpees, and thrusters. Female weight is 43 kilos on the barbell, and there's a 9-minute time cap.
It's a good old-fashioned CrossFit. Triplet, 21:15.9. So what are your recipes for success here, Mads, presented by Trifecta?
First of all, it's not a sprint until the end. I did this workout, and it wasn't pretty. So yeah, no, it's not a sprint until the end. No time for no reps, so make sure that you're clean and crisp on your thrusters, and also fast transitions. Don't jog back and forth. It's not going to make it prettier. Just get it done.
I would have paid to see the aftermath of that for you, Mads. Your lane assignments for heat number 2 here for the women. And your top overall athlete coming into this heat in particular, 11th, is Nicole here in lane 5.
I've been really impressed with what she's been doing. I mean, obviously, not being a super strong athlete, that is kind of, you know, hasn't served her really well, but she's been doing really well in everything else. I'm looking forward to seeing her do this, and you can see her get fired up right there.
Man, looks like she's about to go into battle. And then in lane number 2, Matilda Spanu has had a back and forth weekend.
She has. She's in 17th right now, and I'd like to see her get a great event to kind of finish this off for her.
The second heat of women is off and running here in the final event of the weekend. And in the first heat just a moment ago during our light coverage, no woman was able to finish under the time cap. The top time that we saw from the previous heat was cap +9. So getting some work on those final thrusters will give you the top score heading into the final heat.
Definitely, and we're seeing these athletes, and none of them are sprinting just yet. They are going to have to go just a little bit faster, though. Like I said, well, I tried it. I went a little bit too hard, and that didn't serve me very well, which is kind of how I came up with the "is not a sprint until the end." They are going to have to go just a little bit faster, otherwise we're going to see the same result as before, unless they've just planned on doing exactly this, but going faster on the second and third round. Nicole here onto the burpees.
And it does not have to be a 2-foot takeoff. You can step or jump over. And Mads, really this is just a nasty combination. I think most people watching at home or in the stands are familiar with a burpee thruster couplet. We've seen it in the open 2 times. But then to throw in an implement like the Echo Bike that just kind of saps your soul for you, really just takes it up a notch.
Well, it does, and it kind of builds up a little bit of lactic acid in the legs, which kind of take off the timing on the burpees, and you're like, hey, I don't have to jump, so it's okay, but it's still there for the thrusters. That's what kind of bites you. That last little kind of acceleration of the bar off of the shoulder, it's not really there after a while.
Becomes more of a front squat into a strict press.
It does a little bit of a lean back and then kind of follow through. So yeah, it was a not so pleasant experience.
As we cross the 2-minute mark here, these women are making their way through 21 bar-facing burpees. Your leader in this heat, Nicole here, center of your screen, lane number 5. 1 rep to go, and then she will start working and chipping away at her thrusters.
Just got a no rep here from the judge, needing to go just a little bit lower. Ella Wilkinson here at the front of your screen here, black pants, blue top with the purple belt. Started her thrusters pretty much at the same time as Nicole here.
And Wilkinson hoping to maybe bounce back. She had a rough go at it, the legless rope climbs this morning, but was tremendous in the chipper, so maybe a little back and forth, hoping to finish on a high note. As you see Nicole here on the right box, left side of your screen, white top. Just to her right, Amy Kringle pushing for the top spot in this heat. And in the left box, that's Ella Wilkinson, 22 years old, out of High Performance CrossFit.
Actually sat next to us when we were having dinner last night. Looked like she was having a pretty good time. I hope she's enjoying this. I think we're going to see a lot more out of her in the years to come.
A few more reps to go for Wilkinson as her hand is in the air. Once the athletes are done, they'll have to move their bar and then make their way back to the Echo Bike for the round of 15.
And that's Silvia Izquierdo was actually the first athlete to move the bar forward there on the right side of your screen with the purple hair.
Izquierdo on the right with the purple hair, just to the left of her. Amy Kringle, she was second to the bike. And now Nicole here joins them as well as the top 3 in your heat.
And this is when you need to jump into that hole. This is when you need to go, I know this is going to hurt, and allow it to hurt. And once it starts hurting, stay there. don't back off, because it's not going to get easier. And the time cap of 9 minutes, well, we saw that, you know, became a challenge to a lot of the athletes in the first heat. So this is when you need to go a little bit faster.
And that has been the case for a lot of these classic CrossFit benchmarks that use the 21-15-9 rep scheme. You kind of circle that 15 as that's the time to start hurting a little bit.
Exactly, and I mean, it's classic. Anybody who's ever done Fran knows it's around a 15 that hurts, but if you allow it to hurt and you're mentally capable of staying there as it hurts, then you're gonna be great. If you start backing off, it's just gonna take longer time, but it's gonna hurt the same.
And in the center of your screen, getting off the bike, is Amy Kringle. Now, Kringle on your left, Izquierda on the right. They are the first two to the round of 15 bar spacing burpees, and Nicole here made up some ground on that bike. That was where she separated herself for the lead in round 1, but she surrendered it to Kringle and Izquierdo during the thrusters, and now Ella Wilkinson is done on the left side of your screen.
And interesting to see that Amy Kringle is jumping over the bar. You would initially think that, hey, that's going to be a lot faster, but Silvia Izquierdo on the right side of your screen with the purple hair, she's walking over and she's keeping the pace. She's having has the exact same pace. So there's nothing gained by jumping. It's just going to cost you more energy.
Yes, sometimes you see athletes just kind of out of force of habit fall into that rhythm, even if you don't need to. But at this point in the game, you're trying to conserve every little bit of energy that you can, as Silvia Izquierdo is the first to the barbell, followed a few reps behind by Amy Kringle.
Love the speed of Amy Kringle in the yellow top of her thrusters right now.
We're in the back half of this event here as we cross 6.5 minutes, 2.5 to go to this 9-minute cap. Nobody from the previous heat finished underneath the time cap. And in fact, no woman in the previous heat logged a thruster at the final barbell as well. So if they are able to get back to this implement before the time cap, they will set the new mark to beat. Izquierdo is done. She moves her bar and back to the bike for the round of 9 with just about 2 minutes to go.
I'm not sure she's going to be able to make it to the thrusters either, but it's going to be close.
Amy Kringle, right side of your screen, jogging back to the bike in second.
Izquierdo, there you saw her screen, pretty much the same speed as she had to start with. 5 more calories.
And it's Izquierdo and Amy Kringle 1 and 2, and actually you see Nicole here, she's in 4th. Aoife Burke just to her left has actually leapfrogged her during the set of thrusters. Izquierdo is done. She's heading back to her final round of bar facing burpees. 9 to go, just over a minute to the cap. Similar to the final deadlifts yesterday in the chipper, you just gotta turn your brain off here.
Exactly, she is. I was wrong. I thought we had a minute to go. There was 2 minutes to go. So Izquierdo is gonna make it onto the thrusters.
You see in the back of your screen, both Nicole here and Aoife Burke back to the burpees as well. Izquierdo on the barbell. 30 seconds to go.
That's it, last rep for Izquierdo, and she'll get to run to the finish.
Izquierdo is done. And she will be the first and only woman to finish this event through 2 heats underneath the time cap.
Oh, and you could tell from Amy Kringle that wasn't a pleasant experience. That's pretty much what I looked like, by the way. Except I was on my side, I was trying to kick my shoes off, just didn't want to be there anymore.
Great push from Kringle, Nicole here, and a few others, but it's Silvia Izquierdo able to make it underneath the cap and finish this event.
And there she is as we have a look at what she just did, Silvia Izquierdo. She was great, just having a great pace to start with. She increased her pace a little bit on both burpees and thrusters, but maintaining the same pace on the bike all the way through. Just systematically working her way through it, which is exactly what allowed her to go out there with a minute to go as she started her last thrusters and got the event finish at 8:48.
Strong finish to the weekend for Silvia Izquierdo, and she is rewarded with a hug at the finish line. Nice to see her showing some of the volunteers some love as well. We're gonna switch things up for the men now. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we're back, some light coverage as the men will have their turn at event 6.
Here we go, we're bringing on our first heat of male athletes. Let's make some noise for Sam Briggs, Marius Tengon Peterson, Simon Mantilla, Marcus Eriksson, Alexander Pinswald, and Dimitri 20 foot view. Thirty seconds. Stand by. Here we go. This is our first meet of male athletes taking on the final event of the event here at Strength and Depth. 3 favorite movements: assault fatalities, burpees over the bar, and thrusters. The hands are going on, that means they're on their last few calories before they move on to their burpees. Simon Mansilla. First to step on to his burpees, 21 reps. Just behind him, Marcus Tengel Peterson and Marcus Eriksson. second round of assault bike penalties. Come on, let's get behind these athletes, get them a cheer! They're working super hard. 15 burpees over the bar. Peterson ever so slightly ahead, 2 reps ahead of Simon Mantilla. Can he catch him? We've got 90 seconds left on the clock. 20 seconds.
Grymde Markus, härligt!
10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time! Congratulations to our heat winner, Marius Tengland Petersen!
Nice little look at British Parliament there. I'm sure more than a few skirmishes have taken place in that building, but
probably.
We got a fitness skirmish going on here at the Excel London on day 3 of CrossFit Strength and Depth. Thanks for joining us, Tommy Marquez. Joined in the booth by Mads Jacobson. Viva Masdata, the 3rd member of our team, is down on the floor. And we've got a classic finale here in hard times presented by Thorn.
Well, we do. It is hard times. 21:59 reps of calories on the Echo Bike, bar facing burpees, then on to barbell thrusters. Men will be using 61 kilos on the barbell. There's a 9-minute time cap.
Your recipes for success delivered by Trifecta for this event.
Well, it's not a sprint until the end, so you want to increase your speed at the end, towards the end of this, because if you go out too hard, you're going to blow up. And the last one is fast transition, so jog in between the implements. Don't just walk. It's not going to make it better.
One heat is already gone by. This is your lane assignments for heat number 2 of 3. And a handful of local athletes here in the UK. One athlete you've got your eye on in lane 5 is Reggie Fossa.
Well, Reggie Fossa, I know he's probably didn't want to be in this heat at the end, but I'm impressed with what he's been doing. I think he's been pacing himself a lot better. I think he's been strategizing a lot better. I think overall he's done a lot better. So I'm looking forward to seeing Reggie Fossa, and he looks like he's in for a fight.
And over on lane number 2 former national champion of Colombia, Brian Hernandez.
Well, Brian Hernandez has been doing really, really good at everything that didn't require him to be a bigger athlete. And which is why I'm looking forward to seeing him do this. I think he's going to do great on the burpees, great on the thrusters, so just hold his own on the bike.
Heat 2 of men is underway as they jog their way over to the Echo bike and start pedaling their way through 21 calories.
And Reggie Fossa going pretty hard. I like that. Just don't go too hard. Now, it's the what we've been saying about Reggie Fossa pretty much the entire weekend has been don't go full send to start with. Just increase over time. And somebody did go full send, those Tommaso De Pieri.
And he was done in about 25 seconds, so throwing strategy out the window.
I'm just going to guess that he's going to rest on the burpees.
I mean, he's already earned himself about a 5-rep lead over the rest of the field, so.
So Jan Matiaska was this in the top of the screen, a blue t-shirt, blue pants, was the second athlete, and PJ Savage was the third to make it onto the burpees, and they are going a little bit faster. Both of those guys have one thing in common, though, is that they're pretty big, which means that they can put a lot of power into the Echo bike.
And most of the athletes in the field choosing to go with the step overs.
And I do the same. We saw that with the ladies a little bit earlier. It's not a lot faster to jump over, but it does save a lot more energy.
But Reggie Fossa, sounds weird, I guess, saying doing it old school by jumping off 2 feet.
Well,
he has a higher cadence right now. He has picked up a few reps on the rest of the field.
He has, and so this is, man, Reggie, I want you to do well, brother. So I hope that this is something he tried in training, and he just kind of knew that this was the technique that was going to serve him better. Tommaso Pieri done with his thrusters, but PD Savage, top of your screen. First athlete onto the thrusters.
Lane 8, that's PD Savage working his way through the 21 thrusters. He was towards the middle of the pack off of the bike, but made a nice push there during the bar-facing burpees. And for Savage, an athlete we heard quite a bit about coming into this weekend, trying to salvage a strong finish to close things out, sitting in 16th right now.
Yeah, the funny thing is that PD Savage wasn't the one making fuss about him. It was everybody we talked to. It was like, this is just watch him, watch him, watch him. So we have been watching him. He's been doing great, but yeah, it's been a tough field.
You see Reggie Fossa moving to the front of the pack. He's done as he leans into the crowd a little bit.
Crowd responding immediately. This is his home field. So PD Savage making it back to the bike.
Yep.
11, 12, 13 seconds after Reggie Fossa, and 13 seconds on an Echo bike. That could be an eternity.
And Fossa, Savage, and then Zach George is third back to the bike. So Tommaso Pieri, who really sent it on that first 21, he is already towards the back of this heat as we enter the round of 15 now.
Yep, that was a bit of a, it was a great way to pull people into the deep end of the pool, though.
And Reggie Fossa, he is your leader. Hand up for him for the final few calories. And it's possible that, hey, this is a little display of some better pacing here. Kind of laid low on the bike, started to accelerate through the thrusters.
PD Savage and Reggie Fossa getting off the bike at the same time.
Much to the delight of the crowd. You can hear a little pop there. They have really brought the heat all weekend long.
And we've got Brian Hernandez back on the burpees as well.
So it's Fossa on the left, PD Savage on the right, going rep for rep on these bar-facing burpees. Top two men in this heat. And we're seeing Fossa picked up about a half a rep, not much on Savage. Savage opting to try and conserve some energy there with the step over instead of the jump over.
And on the previous round, Savage was doing sets of 7 on the thruster, so he was not going unbroken.
It's Savage, Fossa, both to the barbell now. And this is where Fossa pulled ahead in the previous round. As Savage puts the bar down. If you're Fossa, you hear that bar rattling, you know he puts it down. Is that something that maybe fires you up to try and go unbroken?
100%. I mean, I'm pretty sure Reggie Fossa heard that and went, yeah, no, coach told me. And Stephen Fawcett is in the audience going, yes, please listen to me. There's a plan.
Stick to the plan,
yes.
Stick to the plan. Hand up in the air for both Fossa and Savage. See Fossa just a little bit faster turnaround there on this thruster reps.
But his rest was a little bit longer than I think he really needed.
And PD Savage back to the bike. 9 calories remaining as we start to close out this second heat of men. The time cap is 9 minutes. Just over 3 minutes to go. Should be plenty of time for these athletes.
And it's interesting that Fossa's lead was 12 seconds on the previous round, and that's gone now.
And the previous top time for Marius Pedersen in 8:04.57. So a little under 2 minutes to go to that time.
Now Savage just has to unleash the beast and go as hard as he possibly can.
And Savage jogging the transition here.
So PD Savage has 6 burpees in before Reggie Fossa makes it to the bar.
And Fossa is going to have to make up some serious ground as we see Zach George still back on the bike. Brian Hernandez also making a push down in lane number 2 with the pink top at the bottom of your screen.
But PD doing really, really good here. Hold on to that bar, brother.
Oh, he's fighting for it. A few reps to go for PD Savage. 1 rep remains. And the man from Ireland crosses the finish line first in with a time of 7:21. Fossa closing out his final few reps. He is done. You can hear the UK crowd rallying behind their man. 7:39.47 for Fossa. That'll be good for 2nd overall so far.
And here's Hernandez.
Hernandez is done. He breaks the 8-minute mark. That's good for 3rd so far.
Zach George, 1 more rep. Oh! Elliot Simmons just beat Zach George because George fell over the bar.
And the final sprint to the finish for Zach George hit a little obstacle on the way, and that opened the door for Elliot Simmons to beat him to the mat, but a strong finish from George nonetheless.
Jan Matjaska finishing up as well. And that's Daniel Camacho right there just finishing up.
Camacho in at 8:32.92. Just a few athletes remaining here on the floor. Elliot Ganin, lane number 1, has had a few bright spots this weekend, but hit a wall a little bit on those legless rope climbs. He's done, and we'll close out his semifinals. And that's going to do it for heat number 2 as we pass the 9-minute time cap. And your winner of heat 2, the top time so far, PD Savage in at 7:21. An excellent way to finish the weekend for Savage.
Let's have a look at what happened here to start with. So PD Savage He was a little bit behind Reggie Fossa to start with, but he was really, really systematic on the thrusters. Fossa had a great pace, but just a little bit of too much of a rest on the middle thrusters and the thrusters in the set of 15. After that, getting back to the bike, 12 seconds ahead here. PD Savage just left no chance whatsoever for Reggie to come back.
It was a great back and forth, but Savage started to separate himself as we got into the final round, and at that point had a little bit of the crowd behind him and able to go unbroken and earn himself some bragging rights through 2 heats so far. Your results unofficially after Heat 2, Savage in at 7:21, Fossa just behind him, and Brian Hernandez, the only other athlete to break the 8-minute mark. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, the top heat of men will try to close out their weekend with some hard times. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us. A picturesque day here in London, England, as we get a nice little shot of Tower Bridge. We have 1 event remaining before we send 5 men to the CrossFit Games. Tommy Marquez here alongside Matt Jacob and Bibba, Matt's daughter. And 1 final event, 1 final heat for these top men, and they're hoping that that event is a bridge for them to the CrossFit Games. And they have event 6 presented by Thorn, hard times in front of them.
Hard times today is going to be 21:15, 9 reps of calories on the Echo Bike, bar facing burpees and thrusters. Thrusters at 61 kilograms, and there's a 9-minute time cap.
We've already seen 2 heats go. Mads, your recipe for success in this event presented by Trifecta.
Well, first of all, and it's proven to be true, is that it is not a sprint until the end. So save some, and then on the first round, on the round of 15, you want to make your move. Second one is no time for no reps. So make sure that those thrusters are crisp, because it's going to be tight.
And here is
Last
where we
one,
stand.
Fast transitions, jog back and forth.
My apologies, Mads. Here is where we stand coming into this final heat. And the cut line right there on either side, 2 men from Greece. Yorgos Kervis is the 5th and final athlete. Alex Katoulis just 7 points back. 5 points back of Katoulis is Antoine Dumain. And Christoph Horvath holding on to that 3rd and final last chance qualifier spot, just 2 points ahead of Jonakoski. Here are your lane assignments for this final heat of men. And man, we've seen some athletes really poured in, but the athlete on the bubble right now is Yorgos Kervis.
It really is, and I think this is an event that fits him really well. I think he's able to go to that dark place, and he's going to have to, because Alex Katoulis knows exactly what he has to do.
Final heat of men underway as they sprint to the Echo Bike. Well, they will knock out 21 calories before moving on to the rest of this event. And Alex Katoulis, the man in 6th, breathing down Yorgos Kervis's neck.
Well, he just became a father, and I think you know, this is a great life lesson for his kid. It's just like, hey, put yourself in a great position and make the best out of it. He's going to have to go out there and throw down.
Wouldn't that be a great way to ring in some new changes to your life in parenthood with a trip to the CrossFit Games, as we already have some hands in the air.
Surprise, Georgios Karavis.
And it's Karavis now, the first to the bar facing burpees. Looks like he's trying to leave no doubt. In the far side of your screen, in the greenish blue top, that's Andre Houdet. Houdet made a tremendous charge on day number 2 to move himself solidly into the top 5.
So on the right side of your screen, a green shirt, that is Houdet. On the black top, that is Alex Catoulis. On the left side of your screen, that is Georgios Karavis. He knows exactly what he has to do. It's going to get dark. If he holds on to that place, it's going to be a dark place, but hold on to it and you'll be going to the CrossFit Games. That's pretty much what
and just to the left of Karavis on the left side of your screen, that's Antoine Dumaine. He's only 5 points back of Catoulis, so he is still very much in contention, but
I mean, there's a lot.
Yeah, I was to say he's to the back half of the field.
Yeah, and there's a lot on the line in this heat. You've also got Christoph Horvath, and right behind him, Jon Nikoski for the last chance qualifier as well. I think there's 7 points between the two.
Nikoski in an unfamiliar spot in 9th right now, hoping to extend his season by moving ahead of Horvath or Dumaine, but still 18 points back of 5th, very much in this if he can make a push.
Definitely, and I think he's doing all the right things right now. He got to the thrusters just ahead of Christoph Horvath.
So 18 points separate 5th through 9th. Jonikoski still very much in it. And that is Alex Catoulis. Hoping that he can maybe catapult into the top 5. And Georgios Karavis, the first off of the bike, hand in the air for his thrusters. And we've seen a little bit of jockeying back and forth once they get back to the bike for the second round.
And look at Andre Houdet. Now he is sprinting back to the bike, getting on the bike. He was a little bit behind Karavis to start with. Now he is ahead.
Houdet had about an 8-second lead on Karavis, and he's back to the bike as well. Koski, a few seconds behind Catoulis, who was 3rd to the bike. So it's Andre Houdet, Georgios Karavis, Alex Catoulis, and Jonikoski, your top 4 in this heat as it stands right now. And here is your battle for 5th between 2 of the fittest men in Greece. Georgios Karavis on your left, Alex Catoulis on your right.
A lot of difference in technique. Leaning forward like Karavis does right now doesn't allow you to breathe quite as freely. That could be costly.
And Andre Houdet first back to the bar-facing burpees.
That's Georgios Karavis now making his way onto the burpees.
Karavis is done, and this is important for Houdet as well because he's in 4th. He's only 12 points ahead of Karavis, only 19 points ahead of Catoulis. So here is the point spread around the bubble. And you see Jonikoski moving into 3rd in this heat right now. He has some serious ground to make up. But the 2 guys ahead of him in the bubble for qualifying are ahead of him in this heat. But in the very least, if he can hold this position, he might be able to make it into the last chance qualifier.
At the same time, we need to keep in mind that PD Savage did this in 7:21, so that's may also play in for Jonikoski.
That's a good point, Mads. The top times from the previous heat: PD Savage 7:21, Reggie Fossa 7:39. Andre Houdet maintaining his lead, first back to the thruster barbell. Looks like he knocked out 10 there, was hand in the air. Oh, I'm sorry, that's for Alex Catoulis in his burpees. Jonikoski now on the barbell alongside Karavis. Koski at the bottom center of your screen, no shirt, black belt. Karavis, black shirt, no sleeves, just a few lanes ahead of Koski.
And so on the right side of your screen, Andre Houdet put down the bar and is now jogging back to the bike. At the same time, as you can see on the right side of your screen, that's Alex Katulis, and you've got Georgios Karavis on the left side of your screen. Karavis only has another 2 reps to go on the thrusters after this. But Jonikoski making it back to the bike.
Jonikoski now has moved into second in this heat. And as you see in the back of your screen, Willie George, he's made a move. So Uday, Koski, and Willie George, your top 3 back to the bike, followed just behind in 4th by Jurgis Karavis. At the top of your screen, Ludwig Hansen, a guy to keep your eye on in the red shirt. He's just ahead of Katulis, so if Koski is able to put in a top performance here, maybe push Uday, he could make up some ground. We are just under a minute now to the time to beat, as Andre Uday is the first athlete back for his 9 bar-facing burpees. The previous heats could come into play, as you see the top time there at the bottom left of your screen from PD Savage. Jurgis Karavis, the first off the bike in round number 1, starting to fade just a little bit. He is 4th back to the bar-facing burpees.
But Alex Katulis, whom Karavis was kind of looking at to start with, he's still back on the bike. There's Alex Katulis jogging back to the burpees. Now Andre Hudea, you've seen the barbell to the left there of Katulis has another 4 reps to go on the thrusters.
Koski back to the barbell now. Uday finishing up his few reps. The time to beat has already passed, so Uday will get first in this heat, but second in the event. Koski is done. He's across. The previous heat time from PD Savage will hold, as Willie George is done. And Jurgis Karavis is on the barbell now. He's across as we're past the 750 mark, and multiple times from the previous heat will factor in. Ludwig Hansen is done. He finishes in 8th overall in this event. And there is Alex Katulis, the man on the bubble. He is in at a time of 8:04.86. Christoph Horvath crosses. And there's Guillaume Briand. He needed a 9th place finish or better to clinch his spot at the CrossFit Games. But right now he is holding on for dear life.
And he just got a no rep at the same time as Henrik Haapalainen is finishing up as well.
Haapalainen is done. That should put the finishing touches on his weekend. And Guillaume Briand is done. That is 8:50. That's going to be 19th in the event. And that could shake things up in the top 5 overall, as Jonikoski finishes 2nd in the heat, and that's going to be good enough for 3rd in the event. And now it's time to break out your calculators.
It's time to crunch the numbers, and I'm not going to try to do that as we're sitting here. I'm going to leave that to the pros.
Jurgis Karavis finished 4th in this heat, 7th overall in the event. And here are your results. PD Savage holds on for the event win from the 2nd heat. Edges out Andre Uday, and then Jonikoski rounding out the top 3. Reggie Fossa, Brian Hernandez, some athletes from the previous heats factoring in as well. You see Marius Peterson from the 1st heat. Man, and here are some of your replays from this event. And it was, at first round, it was Jurgis Karavis.
It was all about Jurgis Karavis. He went out swinging. He knew exactly what he had to do, and it looked like he was going to be able to hold on to it. But Andre Hudey just went out and just got ahead of both of these two gentlemen who were slugging it out like an old Western movie. Then Koski came up on the thrusters. I think the thrusters is where we saw the difference, but he made it on the burpees, cycling so much faster. And here's Karavis as we see him finishing up at that time. Andre Hudey was already on the floor enjoying the fact that he was done.
And then we watched as the rest of the heat wrapped up their weekend. Catullus looking left and right to see. Hopefully not too many of those guys are done already, but a big question now is that man on your screen, Jonakoski, did he do enough to potentially not just get himself into the last chance qualifier, but maybe give himself an outside shot at the CrossFit Games?
Initially, I was thinking, hey, it'd be great if he gets another chance through the last chance qualifiers, but could be better than that now.
As we see the rest of this top men's heat eagerly awaiting the results. Guillaume Briand has been basically in the top 5 all weekend long. We've seen such a good weekend from the Frenchman, hoping that he did just enough in this last event. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here, and when we come back, we will have the announcement from the floor to find out who will be the 5 men earning themselves a spot at the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games.
Athletes to the finishing mats, please. Every male athlete in heat 3 to the finishing mat facing the rig, please. Ladies and gentlemen, qualifying for a place at the Noble CrossFit Games, the CrossFit Strength In-Depth Semi-Final top 5 men are: in first place with 520 points, Willie George! In second place with 465 points, Henrik Happalainen! In third place with 462 points, Andre Houdet! In fourth place with 430 points, Georgios Karavis. And in fifth place with 430 points, Guillaume Briand.
And there you have it, your top 5 men from Strength in Depth after the weekend ends. And the top 5 men going to the CrossFit Games in Madison. And we had a tie in points for 4th and 5th between Georgios Karavis and Guillaume Briand. And wow,
But it was
what a way to finish.
What an epic finish it was. I mean, when you have to sit there and wait for all the scores to be tabulated this way, and it's this close, it's an amazing event. Can I just take a second to tell everybody and who wants to listen and everybody who doesn't want to listen, Willie George, you are back. You were you said to start with that you wanted to prove to everybody that you were still relevant as an athlete. You still had more to give. This is it. Willie George, my heart just goes out to you. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the games, and I am very excited to see you back on the floor.
And Joona Koski, unfortunately, didn't quite get his way back into the top 5. But here are your final standings, and 2 points. 2 points is all that separated 4th through 6th.
It was so tight.
But Koski, Alex Katoulis, and Antoine Dumaine are your 3 athletes moving forward with the last chance qualifier. They will have another go at potentially getting themselves a trip to Madison. Man, what a way to close this out. Close finish overall, but your winner overall was Willie George, and he's standing by with Biba Masdottir.
Winner of the weekend. Congratulations, earned your spot. How does it feel to be going to the games this year?
It's just amazing. Honestly, it's lots of work just behind this performance. So I'm just really happy. I just want to to enjoy this moment with my friend, with my family, with my wife. And it was really, really hard this past year. And as I said, I had a really serious injury, so I was not really sure to be back, and just finish at the first place in my semi-final. It's just amazing. Honestly, I'm just happy. I just want to drink some beer, but before I have to do some drug test, but after lots of beer.
To finish this weekend with an event like this, like fighting with these guys here, how was it being on this floor?
Honestly, I knew this last workout was a good workout for me. So all my job was to pace this workout. Just watching Henrik and Guillaume, just pace it. It was all about strategy for this last one. So I decided to pace it on the first 21, 21, 21. And after I knew I just have to push to keep my pace for the last 2 rounds. So it was a plan. I did this plan, and it was a good one.
Congratulations again. Good luck.
Thank you, Bibba. Mads, what's it like just seeing Willie back out there on top?
I cannot begin to tell you how happy I am. It's not just that he's back, it's the way he's back as well. Also that even with the injury, he's able to pace himself the way he does, and look at the point spread. I mean, he made a statement this weekend.
Phenomenal performance from Willie Georges all weekend long, and now he gets to walk away as the 2022 Strength in Depth semifinal champion, as he will go back to the games for the first time since 2019. And joining him will be an athlete we saw make a great push in that last event, going back for the 2nd year in a row, Andre Houdet, who is standing by with Bibba as well.
Andre, tillykke. How does it feel after a weekend like this? How does it feel earning a ticket to the games?
It's absolutely unbelievable. Last year I got my first ticket, and that meant the world to me. But doing it back to back, I just find that's twice the accomplishment, and that's something I will just forever cherish. So I'm just unbelievably happy, and I'm gonna become a dad in 5 weeks from now, and so I just hoped I could do this to make my family proud, and yeah, I'm just so happy.
Congratulations with that. On Saturday morning, you started in 14th. How does it feel that you I don't know, you just jumped up the leaderboard? How did you do it?
I just stuck to my plans. I was honestly quite devastated and shocked that I finished 19th in the first event, because I knew that was going to be a huge climb, and I really needed to perform higher than perhaps I could throughout the rest of the week. But I promised myself just stick to the plans, and luckily they worked, and here we are.
Again, congrats. Good luck at the games.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bibba. Some amazing resiliency shown by Andre Houdet this weekend, Mads.
Absolutely. First of all, I don't think he needs a games appearance to make his family proud. I think they should be proud of him anyways. What's interesting is that he jumped 11 placements in 4 events, and I think he came back and showed why he is the athlete he is, but also why he's going to be relevant at the CrossFit Games.
Congrats to him for the incoming baby. Might have to name that baby Sid, given his performance, but that's going to do it for the men. We only have 1 more heat remaining, as the top heat of women will tackle this event, and we will find out who is going to the Noble CrossFit Games. Welcome back inside the Excel London Exhibition Center, as we have 1 more heat remaining at the 2022 Strength and Depth. Tommy Marquez on the call alongside Mads Jacobsdottir. Sorry, Jacobson, I combined you and Bibba's last name. And these are your overall standings heading into this event. And Jacqueline Dahlstrom, Uri Helgadottir, Emma McQuaid battling out on top, but a close race between Elisa Fuliano and Solveig Sigurdardottir for the final spot. Sam Briggs 21 points back of that cut line. And then Emily Lundberg hoping to make up 2 points on Taylor Ho for the final last chance qualifier spot. And the task in front of them to do so will be individual event 6 presented by Thorn, called Hard Times.
Well, it's going to be 21:15.9, so classic CrossFit of calories on the Echo Bike, bar facing burpees, thrusters at 43 kilos, and there's a 9-minute time cap.
If hard times are in front of you, you better have a plan. So what are your recipes for success presented by Trifecta?
We've seen it all the way. It's not a sprint until the end, so do not come out too hard, but accelerate on the set of 15. No time for no rep, so you just don't have time to get a no rep on the thrusters. Make sure that they're crisp. And the last one is fast transition, so you want to jog back and forth.
These are your lane assignments for these top women this weekend. And a handful of athletes hoping that this last event will bring them some magic. And lane number 3, that's Sola Sigurdardottir holding on to the 5th and final qualifying spot.
Here's Samantha Briggs currently in 6th.
The woman chasing her, a CrossFit legend, CrossFit Games champion, Samantha Briggs. Hoping this engine from England's got a little more gas in the tank.
Here's when we find out if she has more gas in the tank.
And we are off in this final women's heat, the final heat of the weekend here at Strength and Depth, as the top women will make their way through 21 calories on this Echo Bike before making their way down the competition floor for the rest of their round of 21 bar-facing burpees and 21 thrusters.
And so remember, the fastest time that we have so far is Silvia Garcia Izquierdo with 8 minutes and 48 seconds.
And Izquierdo, the only female to finish this event underneath the time cap. So a pretty clear cut line here for these women to shoot for as far as this event is concerned. As we see the 2 women on either side of the cut line, Sola Sigurdardottir on your left and Sam Briggs on your right.
Sola doing a great job. She was, her judge's hand coming in the air was one of the first ones, but a lot of athletes were close.
And Katrin Davidsdottir first off of the bike. She has been battling her way back all weekend long. She's currently in 10th. She needs to make up 11 points on Taylor Howe to at least have a chance to go to the games through the last chance qualifier.
Never count out the sled dog, I guess, is the thing we can learn from this.
You see Katrin Davidsdottir working all the way on lane number 10. You see the point spread there. She is 11 points back of Taylor Howe, 9 back of Emily Lundberg. As all the women are now working their way through 21 bar-facing burpees. Remember, they do not need to have a 2-foot takeoff. They can step over, and that's a technique we've seen most women so far employ.
Well, there really wasn't all that much to gain by jumping.
Hands in the air for a handful of athletes. And it's Sola Sigurdardottir and Katrin Davidsdottir, 2 of Iceland's daughters battling it out on this first set of thrusters here. Uri Helgadottir was 3rd to the bar, followed close behind by Jacqueline Dahlstrom.
And as Sola Sigurdardottir drops the bar and takes a fast break, Katrin Tanja has gone unbroken.
Sam Briggs towards the back half of this heat on this thruster. Talking to her before this event, she was hoping the thruster bar would have been a little bit lighter, but said, you know what, I'm going to empty out the tank regardless. I expect nothing less from Briggs. Most athletes taking a break on the thruster bar.
Katrin Tanya dropping the bar. First one to go all the way.
Katrin Davidsdottir, first athlete back to the bike, starting round 15. And this is where, for the top heat of men, we saw Andre Ure make his push. And Sola Sigurdardottir is second to the bike.
8 minutes and 48 seconds was the time to beat. Silvia Izquierdo in heat number 2.
We see Sola there pouring into that Echo bike. 15 calories is the task as she tries to fend off a charge from Sam Briggs.
She's doing everything right now. She knows exactly where Sam Briggs is as we say that Sam Briggs comes back to the bike. Katrin Tanya on the far end of the field.
And another athlete also on the bubble, just a few points ahead of her, is Elisa Fuliano, who just a second there was to the left of Briggs. And Katrin Davidsdottir continuing a blistering pace here. She's already done off the bike.
Now the interesting thing is that Katrin came back to the bike a lot earlier than Sola. Sola getting off the bike pretty much at the same time as Katrin. So Katrin taking it a little bit slower on the bike. I think she's going to go after it on the thrusters.
And Davidsdottir about 2 reps ahead of Sola here on the bar-facing burpees as we check in on Sam Briggs, making her way through her 15 calories, hand in the air for Briggs. And that is the woman she's chasing on the left. Past the 5-minute mark now. The back half of this event. 9 minutes is the time cap. As we see a good portion of this top heat onto their 15 bar facing burpees. In the back part of your screen, now on the right in the all pink, Katrin Davidsdottir is onto the thrusters. She is a 4-rep lead over Sola, who is on the left side of your screen. These are the top 2 women in your heat right now as it stands.
So Katrin Tanya did go unbroken on the first set of 21s. Now she's breaking out at the same time as Sola did.
Sola going toe-to-toe with Katrin Davidsdottir, and even if she doesn't get here, the good thing is she's ahead of Sam Briggs and the other 3 women chasing her down on the bubble.
Oh, it's like they're synchronized.
Two reps to go for Sola. She sets the bar down. That opens the door back up for Katrin Davidsdottir to take control of the lead, as Davidsdottir now is first back to the bike with about 2.5 minutes to go to the cap, and at 9 calories in front of her on the Echo bike.
And this is where it just needs to get black, but she needs to keep pushing. And as for Sola, she needs to keep an eye on, well, the big watch, because the other times from the times from the previous heats are going to be interesting as well. But also, where is everybody else?
There's Elisa Fuliano on your left. She was in 4th. Sam Briggs in 6th on the right. Briggs 21 points back of Sigurdardottir, but also only 22 points back of Fuliano in 4th.
And the crowd is going absolutely nuts.
As we see Sola Sigurdardottir closing in on her final few calories. And Katrin Davidsdottir now heading back to the bar and her burpees for the final time. She is 41 points back of Solveig Sigurdardottir and 42 points back of Elisa Fuliano, and only 11 points back of Taylor Howe for the last chance. So a ton of opportunity here for Katrin Davidsdottir if she locks up 100 points. As Sola is back to the bar-facing burpees. You just saw Jacqueline Dahlstrom also starting to close the gap as well.
Jacqueline Dahlstrom executing very, very well. She's increased her pace on every single round.
1 minute to go to the cap. Briggs is to the bar. She's making it push. She's ahead of Fuliano. And Katrin Davidsdottir, a few reps to go to lock up an event win here. The time to beat, 8:48.68 from Silvia Izquierdo from a previous heat. And Katrin Davidsdottir is done. She gets the event win, 100 points. And now all she can do is wait and see. Solveig Sigurdardottir and a host of other women in this heat are on the final barbell.
Jacqueline Dahlström just came right ahead of Solveig
Jacqueline Dahlström got ahead of Sigurdardottir. And just behind her is Emma McQuaid. And Sam Briggs just got a no rep. As we cross the 9-minute mark and the time cap here. A lot of women still on the floor. And it was chaos there to wrap up this final event. But
it was, but one person did everything she needed to do, and her name is Katrin Tanja Davidsdottir. And she's got to be happy with what she did there.
She gets a hug from her boyfriend, Brooks Lake. And she went toe-to-toe with Sola Sigurdardottir, and Sola could very well be awaiting a first individual trip to the CrossFit Games, and I think we can all relate to that as we see Sam Briggs make her way into the crowd. And she just put her shoes down on the mat because I think this signifies her final time on the competition floor here at semifinals.
It is a sad sight to see her shoes out there. I completely understand it, but I am grateful to have a figure like Sam Briggs be as dominant and as influential in this sport as she has been for such a long time. What an amazing role model, impressive career, and wonderful person. And I hope that the fact that she stops her competitive career doesn't mean that she leaves CrossFit, because we need her, and I think we can all agree that she's got so much to share.
Indeed she does. Such a tremendous ambassador in the community.
And let's just look at the hard times that these athletes just had. Sola Sigurdardottir did a great job, went out there. She was a little bit behind Katrin Tanja Davidsdottir, made up a little bit of pacing on the bike, and we were all wondering if she's going to be able to catch Katrin Tanja, as we were all looking at where's Samantha Briggs at. But Katrin Tanja in a league of her own, all the way through hard times, sprints to the end, and now we're all watching to see the results of how this all pans out.
And even though she doesn't catch Katrin Davidsdottir, Sigurdardottir makes it to the finish under the cap, and Sam Briggs, in a moment of reflection there, leaving her shoes on the floor. She said this was her last go as an individual before shifting focus of her career. And I mean, what more can you say? Spirit of the Games winner, CrossFit Games champion, multiple times inside the top 5. Really a pioneer of the sport from the United Kingdom. Has been in the game for 13 years.
And what she's done for the European CrossFit community, I think we'd have to write a book, we'd have to probably have a movie, and then we'd have to have a lecture, a bunch of lectures about it. You can't tell you how much she's meant, just kind of cementing what needs to be done in case you want to go far within CrossFit as a European athlete. And it's I'm just grateful to have been there to watch it.
I think many share that sentiment, Mads, as we take a look at the event 6 results. Katrin Davidsdottir gets in with 8:31. Jacqueline Dahlström, like we mentioned, snuck in there in second, just ahead of Sola, who holds on for a top 3 finish. Only 4 women finish in total under the cap. Silvia Izquierdo, 5, excuse me, gets in the top 5 from a previous heat, and Emma McQuaid, as she's been strong all weekend long, holds on for a top 5 finish as well.
I'm just going to add to what we just talked about with Samantha Briggs. I think one of the proudest moments is I actually got to compete on a team with her at Strength and Depth.
As we saw that highlight earlier in the week from Strength and Depth Origins. Man, not many people can say that, Matt.
So what I'm trying to say is thank you, Samantha Briggs, for carrying me through what could have been an embarrassing outing. So yeah, here she is. And undoubtedly one of the legends of the sport.
And we have a special presentation, and we're going to send it down to the floor in the event director of Strength and Depth, Ollie Mansbridge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? From stepping foot into the affiliate in Manchester to Carson, California, and the Coliseum at Madison, Samantha Briggs has been a pinnacle of the sport of fitness for over a decade. In her final season as an individual, it is an honor and a pleasure to have her compete in front of a home crowd who she's inspired for years. If I can draw your attention to the screen, please, if everyone can turn and watch the screen. Rogue, our friends at Rogue have prepared something for Sam.
Your champion of the 2013 CrossFit Games, Samantha Briggs!
Sam Briggs, the ageless wonder, the engine from England. She's a legend still competing in the sport.
From all of us here, thank you so much for everything you've done for this community over the last 10 years. Your legacy will continue on for many years to come. We've got a little gift for you. Sam Briggs, everybody!
What a moment for Sam Briggs, a standing ovation for a champion of the sport through and through, setting the example for countless in the community, not just as an athlete, but as a person, Mads.
It's the way she's carried herself. It's the way she's added value beyond the competition floor for so long by just being the human being that she is. It's amazing to see her competitive career, but to me, she's a lot more than that. She's been a driving force of CrossFit in Europe for so long.
First showed up at the games in 2010. Announced her arrival inside the top 10 just a year later. And then in 2013, she climbed the mountaintop as your CrossFit Games champion and fittest woman on earth.
You know, one guy who's happy that she's not competing anymore? Brent Fikowski.
Not going to have to worry about her chasing him down in any sort of long runs anymore.
I mean, there's so much to be said, but what a wonderful human being she is. And a great competitor at that.
And I know this won't be the last that we've seen of Sam Briggs in the community. She starts to transition into a different career, going back to firefighting.
Well, she has a job interview on Thursday, I guess.
Yeah. A fitting gift from the team here at Strength and Depth. Sam Briggs always knows how to go to work.
Well, she does. I wish all firefighters all around the world were as fit and as committed as Samantha Briggs.
Oh, man. And now we wait for the final results. That's got to be a highlight from the semifinal weekends here. You should have seen it if you weren't here in person watching from home. Every person on their feet celebrating one of the best in the sport.
Well, if Ollie Mansbridge hadn't told people to, you need to calm down, we would have still been applauding.
Over the years, I've had the chance to talk with so many different athletes on the women's side who have said that the person that helped them along in the sport as they were new to the games, new to the upper echelons of competition, Sam Briggs was there to help them along, and they give her all the credit in the world.
Well, my wife's had the pleasure of competing against Sam at both the games and regionals when we had that. She always said it was this funny, weird feeling, because it's like you have this fierce competitor who you're just kind of scared witless of, but you also have your best friend behind when you're warming up and everything else. So I think that's pretty much as good as it gets.
So we see the top women's heat overall getting lined up for the announcement of who's going to Madison, and let's go down to the floor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, qualifying for a place at the Noble CrossFit Games from the CrossFit Strength In-Depth Semi-Final, the top 5 women are... In first place with 532 points, Jacqueline Gaston! In second place with 508 points, Emma McQuaid! In third place with 501 points, Thuridur Ella Helgadottir! In fourth place with 447 points, Solveig Sigurdardottir! And in fifth place with 420 points, Elisa Fuliano!
And those are your 5 women heading to Madison. Jacqueline Dahlstrom, Emma McQuaid, Thuri Helgadottir, Sola Sigurdardottir earning her first ticket along with Elisa Fuliano, arguably the surprise of the weekend.
Well, definitely, I think we have I wouldn't say a generation change, but we have a changing of the guard, most definitely. Amazing performances, great place to hone their skills as well. So yes, I think we're set up good. We're sending the right people off to the CrossFit Games.
And you can see the support from Elisa Fuliano, who was dealing with some rheumatoid arthritis earlier this year. Wasn't sure if she was going to be able to compete at a high level, and now she's going to the CrossFit Games. As we see the overall standings, 6 points separated Fuliano in 5th from Katrin Davidsdottir, who made a valiant charge at the end. And then just 4 points back of Davidsdottir is Briggs in 7th. Davidsdottir, Briggs, and Taylor Howe will have a chance in the last chance qualifier to maybe get that ticket to the CrossFit Games. And for Samantha Briggs, she may be done here at Strength in Depth, but you know what? Her season's not done yet.
I'm wondering if she's going to take that chance or if she feels like, you know, I'm good. I would love to see her do it.
And after a standing ovation, the engine from England, Sam Briggs, is standing by with Bibba Maasdottir.
Sam, what a woman, what a career, what an engine. First, what are you doing on Thursday? You were just telling me what your plan was after this.
Yeah, I have an interview for the fire service, so I've made it through all the process so far, so just at the final hurdle now. So on Thursday, hopefully, fingers crossed, make it into the fire academy.
Great, that's why you got this beautiful, looking good. How was it finishing this last event?
Oh, I wish it had been the rope climb to finish with. No, I mean, like, we knew coming in that it was going to be a tall ask to get back to the games, but I gave it everything I had. I loved every minute of it, being back on the floor in the home crowd. It's just been amazing. It's been 13 years of hard work, and what a way to end it.
Leaving the shoes on the floor, what was the meaning behind that?
Oh, my feet were warm. I think it's a tradition. Once you've done, you're hanging your shoes up. So that's it. If somebody wants a pair of shoes, they're a little bit sweaty, but they're all yours.
Will you accept the last chance qualifier like Rich?
I don't think so. Never say never, but it's been a hard task holding my body together to compete this weekend. So I think with it being so close, I'd rather take the time to enjoy, unwind, and if all goes well, I start the Fire Academy in August, so I might as well take that time to try and help Emma McQuaid prepare for her return to the Games.
Thanks for everything, Sam, and good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I mean, Sam Briggs, so selfless, right? You know, even she still has a shot, but you know what? I'd rather maybe focus on helping Emma McQuaid.
And make it into the fire brigade so it can help other people. It's just, it feels like this red thread kind of going through everything that this woman does.
If you gave me a list of people I would want to pull me out of a fire, you'd be hard pressed for me to find someone other than Sam Briggs to be at the top of that list.
Couldn't find it.
And a woman making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games is Elisa Fuliano, and she is standing by with Bibba Maasdottir.
So, Elisa, congratulations. This is going to be your first Games.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
I'm so happy, really. I think this is the best day of my life. I really couldn't imagine that. I mean, I really hope so, but I really couldn't imagine that today was the day, and I'm super happy.
What were you feeling like when you heard your name being announced?
I didn't know if I wanted to cry, to scream, or whatever. Like, I couldn't believe. I think I didn't realize it yet. I think I will realize it in like maybe a few hours, but yes, this is definitely the best day of my life.
And what's the plan for tonight? What are you going to do to celebrate?
I think I'm going to celebrate with my team, with my coach, with my boyfriend and my friends, because actually I just saw like the hotel and this field, so I just want to go in the center and maybe have fun and yes, just relax.
You deserve it. You deserve it. The next challenge is the Games. How are you going to prepare? Like, what's the plan between now and then?
Now I just want to relax for like a week. Then I will think about it. But just the fact that I will be there, this is the important thing. And however this will go, it will be like a dream. Doesn't matter what.
Good luck at the Games and congratulations again.
Thanks.
Well, she says she hasn't quite figured it out yet. I'm pretty sure that her coach has a plan, but I think it's going to be very interesting to follow this young woman going to the CrossFit Games. I think she did a great job the entire weekend. Obviously, there were some ups and downs, but it's not about the ups and downs. It's about how you tackle them. She tackled them really, really well, and she's such a worthy participant of the CrossFit Games.
Tremendous weekend from Fuliano to earn her way to Madison. We heard Sam Briggs say, hey, those shoes are up for grabs. Well, that didn't take very long. And you know what? Let me slap a signature on there. Little piece of history for a lucky fan here at Strength in Depth. 3 days of competition are all done and dusted as we close the door on another fantastic event here in Europe. On behalf of our entire team here at the CrossFit Strength in Depth, a sincere thank you for taking the time out of your weekends to tune in, and thank you to all of the volunteers and the crew here making it possible. Thank you again for joining us for a little fitness. For Biva Maskdotter, Mads Jacobson, I'm Tommy Marquez. So long from London, everyone. We'll see you in Madison.